Having heard the earlier words, he finally felt somewhat reassured. Clearly, Ling Yuling had used the 1,000 miles symbol to bring him here to deal with the sect master of the Myriad Law Sect. As for this Wan Tianming, he had seen him back in the Void Heaven Hall years ago. His impression of this person was not favorable. He seemed deeply scheming. However, Han Li was genuinely surprised that he had advanced to the late nascent soul stage. The twin saints of the starry heavens who fell alongside Liu Daoji Sheng and Wan Sanyang would never have anticipated such a turn of events. According to their plans, the Star Palace should have defeated the Reverse Star Alliance long ago and restored its dominance in the chaotic Star Sea without needing to seek outside help. However, Han Li did not pay much heed to Wan Tianming. It seemed impossible for this sect master, who had advanced later than him to the nascent soul stage, to be his match. With his further consolidation of magical powers and heightened spiritual awareness, he could now barely defend himself even against core formation cultivators. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li quickly shifted his focus to the magnetic light of Yuan and the rumored Yuan magnetic mountain. The techniques of the magnetic light of Yuan were relatively straightforward, and it was said that this technique was not some exclusive secret, likely circulating widely in the Star Sea. Even without the Star Palace's assistance, he could gather information on it with some additional time and effort. However, the Yuan magnetic mountain was a peculiar entity in the mortal realm, and whether there was another one anywhere else was uncertain. Although he didn't know if this mountain was essential for practicing the magnetic light of Yuan, any high-level cultivator in the chaotic star knew that the twin saints of the starry heavens began practicing this technique after discovering this strange object. At the very least, the mountain greatly assisted in cultivating the magnetic light of Yuan. Before the twin saints, despite the circulation of this technique, no one seemed to have practiced it. With these considerations, Han Li nodded lightly to the old man and the burly man, uttered a few casual words of thanks, and then his spiritual light flashed, transforming into a green rainbow that shot away into the distance. He never asked the two why they were fighting, or which faction they belonged to. The old man and the burly man stood respectfully where they were, watching Han Li depart until the green rainbow disappeared into the horizon. Then, almost simultaneously, they sighed in relief and glanced at each other with renewed anger. However, disturbed by Han Li's intervention, they no longer harbored thoughts of fighting each other again. After exchanging a few bitter words, they both left the area in dissatisfaction. By this time, Han Li was already over 100 miles away. Tens of thousands of miles away from Star City, on the surface of the sea, more than a dozen streaks of light shot straight towards Star City. Among these streaks of light were cultivators young and old, all dressed similarly, clearly belonging to the same sect or faction. Perhaps because they were nearing Star City, the cultivators in these streaks of light looked relaxed. Some even began to converse quietly via voice transmission. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A white light burst forth from the sea surface directly below these cultivators heading towards Star City. Dozens of white columns of light suddenly spurted upwards, followed by booming explosions. Except for 3 Foundation establishment cultivators who hurriedly dodged aside, the rest were all struck by the light columns. Immediately, cries of agony rang out as these people were instantly turned into nothingness within the white light. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, filled with shock and anger, quickly unleashed their magical treasures and looked down below. Just then, several streaks of light shot out from below the sea surface. After circling for a while, they surrounded the 3 cultivators. "You lackeys of the Reverse Star Alliance." One of the remaining elderly cultivators recognized someone among them, his voice filled with extreme resentment. Who would have thought that I, who came here to help the Star Palace so eagerly, would meet Brother Liu of the White Water Sword sect? Isn't your sect always claiming neutrality, refusing to participate in conflicts? Yet here you are, leaving Changli Island. What's your intention? Among the streaks of light, one figure gradually emerged, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. "Humph, you know well enough, so why pretend? Our White Water Sword sect has always been a branch of the Star Palace's lineage. With the palace facing a great calamity, it's only natural for us to come to its aid. Enough nonsense, let's go." The elder glared fiercely at the sinister middle-aged man before turning to the other 2 Foundation establishment cultivators beside him. With that, the 3 of them flickered and instantly turned into streaks of light shooting off in a certain direction. Along the way, they suddenly merged into one, a shocking rainbow of red, yellow, and white, rushing aggressively towards the Reverse Star Alliance cultivators blocking their path. It was clear the elder understood that their trio couldn't possibly contend with several times their enemy's strength and promptly fled. Their decisiveness was exceptional. The 2 Reverse Star Alliance cultivators blocking their path, upon seeing the formidable rainbow of 3 colors, remained calm and collected, exchanging glances before simultaneously lifting their hands. A vast expanse of green mist shot out from their hands without any sign, perfectly enveloping the unsuspecting 3-colored rainbow from above. It formed into a massive green net, trapping the 3 elders alive inside. Despite their desperate attempts with sword lights and magical treasures, they couldn't break free from the net. "Ha, Brother Liu, don't struggle in vain. This Kyan-kun net was bestowed by an elder of our sect. With your level of cultivation, you can't escape. Even if you manage to break free, it would be useless. Star City has long been surrounded by our Reverse Star Alliance, and its capture is only a matter of time. Let me send you 3 on your way." The sinister middle-aged man burst into laughter, immediately summoning a small white sword and preparing to strike down the trapped elders. "Oh, from your tone, Star City has been surrounded for some time. Care to elaborate?" A voice of a strange man suddenly echoed mysteriously nearby, catching everyone present by surprise. Who's sneaking around? The sinister middle-aged man's heart jumped, frantically looking around and wearing a look of vigilance. The other reverse star alliance cultivators also released their spiritual senses, searching all around with equal vigilance, as if facing a great enemy. However, the area was empty, with no sign of another person's presence. After finding nothing in their search, they looked at each other in bewilderment. "What are you looking at? They're right in front of you." The unfamiliar man sneered, followed by a sudden appearance of a figure out of thin air, holding the 3 white water sword sect elders trapped in the air with a flicker of green light. It turned out to be a young man in his 20s, dressed in a blue robe, who stood expressionless, staring at the few people. Oh no, a yuan-wying cultivator. The 2 reverse star alliance cultivators nearest to the young man immediately scanned him with their spiritual senses, their faces changing drastically as they exclaimed in shock. Although he couldn't ascertain Han Li's exact cultivation level, it was definitely that of a yuan-wying stage cultivator. Upon hearing this, the lead sinister middle-aged man's expression changed as he carefully assessed the young man. His face immediately showed an extremely fearful expression. Without a word, he swiftly formed hand seals, transforming into a white rainbow and quickly escaping into the distance. In just a few flashes, the streak of light had flown dozens of yards away. This scene not only left Han Li slightly stunned, but also dumbfounded the other several members of the Reverse Star Alliance. Despite facing a yuan-wying stage cultivator, they, as many Foundation establishment cultivators, should have had the power to fight. Moreover, the middle-aged man who led them was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. How could he flee without even confirming the opponent's identity? "Do you recognize me?" This young man was Han Li, who had finally arrived here after more than a month of travel. At this moment, his face darkened as he casually flicked his hand. With a pukai sound, a red line flashed and disappeared into thin air. As the red line flashed and vanished, it suddenly appeared in the white rainbow that had already escaped tens of yards away, causing the middle-aged man to let out a miserable cry. While Han Li acted, the other Reverse Star Alliance cultivators were also dumbfounded. Although they faced a yuan-wying stage cultivator, their group of Foundation establishment cultivators should have had the power to fight. Moreover, the leader of the middle-aged man was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. How could he flee without even confirming the opponent's identity? Chapter 12, 01 Battle of the Star Palace, Part 2. Senior, you may not know, but Elder Wan has refined 108 windfire bronze pillars. Then, he invited several master formationists from somewhere to set up the Windfire Heaven Extinction Formation around the huge island where the Heavenly Star City is located. They are using boundless wind and fire power to attack the Star Palace. As long as our alliance concentrates our forces and guards these 108 windfire pillars, it's enough to trap the Heavenly Star City. Although the big man knew that revealing this information would likely lead to unfavorable consequences upon returning to the alliance, under Han Li's cold gaze, he felt a chill and inexplicably spilled everything out. Naturally, as soon as these words came out, the big man regretted it immediately. But then he thought again that this information didn't seem to be too confidential. It seemed like every Foundation establishment cultivator in the Alliance knew about it, which eased his mind somewhat. The Windfire Heaven Extinction Formation. Han Li's expression showed a trace of concern. Although he hadn't studied this ancient formation, it had been mentioned multiple times in various formation texts. It was said to be a famous forbidden formation from ancient times, not only able to harness the power of wind and fire in the world, but also known for its immense scale. If someone understood how to set up this formation, it could indeed trap the heavenly Star City. After all, with Wan Tianming personally guarding it, as long as the formation's core was intact, even if the Star Palace cultivators occasionally launched attacks and destroyed some windfire pillars, the Reverse Star Alliance could easily repair them and prevent the formation from being truly broken. As Han Li pondered this, a contemplative look appeared on his face. The nearby Reverse Star Alliance cultivators also wore uncertain expressions. Even the most foolish person could tell that Han Li had come to support the Star Palace, and their situation was very unfavorable. The 3 White Water Sword Sect cultivators, who had been trapped in the green silk net, were overjoyed. The old man hurriedly shouted to Han Li, "Senior, we are here to support the Star Palace. These few are law enforcement hall cultivators of the Reverse Star Alliance. Each one of them has killed many loyal cultivators of the Star Palace. They all deserve to die. Senior, please don't let these thieves go." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Reverse Star Alliance cultivators turned pale. Originally standing farthest away, 2 cultivators exchanged glances and suddenly flipped their palms, each producing a small yellow flag. Without hesitation, they tossed the flags into the air, instantly transforming them into 2 yellow clouds that engulfed the 2 of them. In a flash, the 2 yellow clouds disappeared from their original position. The next moment, more than 20 yards away, the yellow clouds reappeared, but in a blink of an eye, they vanished into thin air again. Blinking movement. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly, showing a hint of surprise. But then he sneered, suddenly raised his hand, and casually flicked towards the green silk net that trapped the 3 White Water Sword Sect cultivators. The 2 Reverse Star Alliance cultivators manipulating this treasure felt a buzzing sensation in their minds and became dizzy. The Kyan-kun net escaped their control and once again turned into a green mist, flying out from the 3 old men and hovering before landing in Han Li's hands after a spin. Han Li ignored the 3 old men's profuse thanks and disdainfully turned his hand. A pair of strange blue and white wings appeared on his back, flapping once and disappearing into the wind, obviously to pursue the 2 who had used blinking movement to escape. This frightened and pleased the other Reverse Star Alliance cultivators. After exchanging glances, they suddenly scattered and fled in various colors of escape lights. Since Han Li was such a terrifying opponent, they dared not rely on his mercy for survival. The three old men naturally refused to watch these people escape. Immediately, they roared in anger and also split up to chase after them. In the distance, two dull thuds followed each other, and white light flashed in the void. Two yellow clouds flew out as if struck by a tremendous force. A gust of wind blew, and Han Li's figure appeared with the wind. He looked coldly at the yellow clouds not far away, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Between his brows, there was a jet-black vertical eye, quietly closed without making a sound, and the black light flashed, disappearing strangely. Two reverse Star Alliance cultivators in the yellow clouds had blood stains on their clothes, their faces unusually pale, looking severely injured. At this moment, the two were both shocked and frightened. They had survived several times in the hands of Yuan Wying stage cultivators, using these two yellow sand mustard flags. They had always been confident in the blinking movement technique of these ancient treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the courage to escape actively even after witnessing Han Li's terrifying abilities earlier. But now, with just two punches in the void, Han Li had shattered their confidence completely. They realized that the young man in front of them was much more terrifying than they had anticipated. Nevertheless, they wouldn't simply surrender. With gritted teeth, they shouted loudly and sprayed several clumps of essence blood into the yellow clouds. The thin clouds rolled violently and instantly turned blood red. Then, the two simultaneously recited incantations, preparing to use their last desperate means. A cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth, and two dazzling golden lights shot out, flashing strangely to the front of the blood clouds, piercing through them instantly and disappearing without a trace. The screams from the two blood clouds resounded together, and the two fell directly from the clouds. At this moment, Han Li lightly tapped his finger towards the two clouds. Two golden flying swords flashed out from the nearby void, circling lightly around them. Blooms of golden light instantly engulfed their figures, and a large swath of blood rain fell. Han Li didn't give them a chance to use their secret techniques. He killed them swiftly and mercilessly. Then, he gestured casually towards the two blood clouds. The blood-red light quickly faded from the clouds, revealing the two yellow flags, which he swept into his sleeves with a casual flick. These two ancient treasures were top-tier existences for escape. Although they were somewhat redundant to him, they would be invaluable life-saving treasures to give to his disciples. After retrieving the two flying swords as well, Han Li calmly scanned the direction where the other escaping cultivators had fled. In just this short period of time, most of them had already fled hundreds of yards away. One cultivator with the fastest speed had even turned into a small black shadow in the sky. Han Li sighed lightly, tossed a spirit beast bag from his waist into the air. With a buzzing sound, a swarm of golden insect clouds swarmed out and then split into 5 smaller golden clouds, darting away like lightning in pursuit. Meanwhile, Han Li flipped his hand, and the two yellow flags appeared in his hands again, playing with them leisurely. With the insect clouds and those cultivators, one after another, they disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Of course, not long after, there were flashes of golden light in the distant sky again, and the insect clouds flew back from various directions one after another. The three white water sword sect cultivators followed closely behind, their faces pale as they looked at the insect clouds as if they were seeing demons. It appeared that these three had personally witnessed the scene where the gold-devouring insects devoured living beings, which had greatly shocked them. I saved you incidentally. There's no need for excessive gratitude. Now, the heavenly star city is completely surrounded. With your cultivation levels, even if you go over, you won't be able to break through to the island. It's better to return early. I'm not interested in carrying extra baggage while breaking through the wind-fire heaven extinction formation. Hanley replied indifferently after scanning the three men. Upon hearing Hanley's words, the three men knew that he was speaking the truth. They didn't dare to say more and thanked him a few more times before turning and leaving in the direction they came from. Hanley narrowed his eyes as he watched the three men's escaping lights gradually disappear into the distance. Then, he turned around and shot towards the direction of the heavenly star city. For Hanley, the tens of thousands of miles journey naturally didn't require much time. However, along the way, he remained vigilant and discovered several waves of lurking reverse star alliance cultivators, hidden among some concealed reefs or beneath the sea surface. Although these people were far from having the 7 or 8 foundation establishment cultivators like the first wave, there were also 2 or 3 high-level cultivators leading them. Obviously, these people were here to prevent any fish that slipped through the net from escaping and to kill them afterwards. Hanley couldn't be bothered with these cultivators. Under his flying technique, he turned into a faint cyan shadow and silently flew past them. These reverse star alliance cultivators didn't notice at all that a grim reaper who could easily kill them with a flick of his hand had just passed them by. When Hanley flew to a point less than 100 miles away from the heavenly star city, he finally saw a faint red light flickering on the sea surface from afar. When he flew closer, he realized that the huge island should have been completely covered by a layer of green and red light veils, like gossamer. Moreover, faint, thunderous roars could be heard from the direction of the island. Hanley raised his eyebrows, suddenly pinched a series of hand seals, and completely concealed his already faint and invisible speed. At the same time, his flying speed slowed by more than half, but he continued to approach the island calmly. After flying closer for several dozen miles, Hanley finally clearly saw the situation near the heavenly star city. In the far sea ahead of him, countless black dots had appeared at some unknown time. Upon closer inspection, he found that these were various styles of spirit boats. These boats varied greatly in style. Some were as tall as pavilions, adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, while others were only a few yards long, simple flat boats. The materials used ranged from pale green spiritual wood to flawless white jade, and there were even iron boats that were entirely glossy black. Surrounded by these spirit boats were 3 towering pillars, each reaching hundreds of feet high. The entire pillars were faint yellow, emitting a shimmering aqua-red light like ripples of water, continuously flowing into the high altitude, blending seamlessly with the veil shrouding the entire giant island. Seeing this scene, Han Li knew these towering pillars must be the legendary Windfire pillars. The cultivators on these semi-artifact boats were naturally the personnel guarding the pillars for the Anti-Star Alliance, totaling about 2,000 to 3,000 people at a glance. In order to avoid alerting the enemy prematurely, although he didn't carefully scan with his divine sense, there were definitely nascent soul cultivators inside, without a doubt. As for whether the master of the 10,000 Laws sect was also here, only heaven and earth knew. There were a total of 108 Windfire pillars. It wouldn't be so coincidental for them to be right here, Han Li thought to himself. But if they were really here and tried to stop him, he didn't know whether to say he was unlucky or if the master of the 10,000 Laws sect was unlucky. As for the rumored Windfire Heaven Extinction Formation, its reputation was considerable, but from Han Li's understanding, this formation was specifically created to attack large-scale points of major sects, mainly targeting ordinary mid-low-level cultivators and large-scale prohibitions, and it didn't have much effect on individual cultivators with astonishing magical abilities. With his abilities, he could at most find it troublesome to break through this formation, but it was absolutely impossible for him to be trapped inside. After thinking about it for a long time, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer. He slightly deviated from the direction of his escape light, bypassed the spirit boats and 3 copper pillars directly facing him, and went straight to the layer of aqua-red light and shot away. At this moment, beneath the 3 towering pillars that plunged into the sea, a 3-story tall floating building drifted there. Although the ship was exceptionally large, it was entirely made of light green beautiful jade, exceptionally gorgeous. At the highest level of the floating building, several cultivators were gathered around a square jade table, smiling and talking about something. Several plates of rare and strange spiritual fruits were placed on the jade table, and everyone looked relaxed. Elder Long, I heard that Master Wan has promised that as long as this attack on the Star Palace is successful, he will give one of the 3 major spiritual islands of the 10,000 Laws sect, the Heavenly Rui Island, to Senior Golden Lotus Gate. I wonder if this is true. One of the scholars in white robes asked the blue-faced old man sitting opposite him with a smile. Enning Xianzi is indeed well-informed. Master Wan has said so to the old man. The spiritual vein of Heavenly Rui Island is slightly stronger than the place where the old man currently resides. For the long-term development of our sect, the old man would not refuse. The blue-faced old man glanced obliquely at the scholar opposite him and said with a smile, "Senior Long is joking. The high quality of the spiritual vein on Heavenly Rui Island is well known throughout the Star Sea. Moreover, the island also produces many rare spiritual flowers and herbs. If Golden Lotus Gate obtains this spiritual island, it is expected to advance further in the near future. Another middle-aged Taoist in gray Taoist robes said with a light smile, "Hua Xianzi, don't mention me. Haven't you also obtained more than 10 kinds of rare and unusual materials? Otherwise, why would you, an old man who has always been unwilling to go out, come to assist Master Wan?" The old man chuckled and replied without care. The 3 people sitting on the floating building, 2 of them were early nascent soul cultivators, and the other was only at the late core formation stage. However, he faced these 2 people with neither humility nor arrogance. Obviously, he was quite a person of origin. When the middle-aged Taoist heard the old man's reply, he smiled slightly and was about to say something else when suddenly, a huge bronze pillar standing in front of their floating building emitted a low hum, and the aquared light burst out of it trembled violently, as if it had been affected by some invisible force. "Not good, someone is breaking the formation," the Taoist shouted in a low voice, standing up immediately. Long and the scholar's face also changed slightly, standing up at the same time, looking towards the giant pillar. To the southwest, it seems that someone has broken in from the outside, and those guarding the periphery are really useless, and they can't stop a single person. The Taoist held a magic plate in his hand, pinched his fingers quickly, pointed a few times, and then looked at it with great anger. "Let's go, Senior Hua. Since he can break through the interception outside and dare to enter the Windfire Heaven extinction formation, it seems that he is not an ordinary person. The place where he broke through the formation is not far from here. With the obstruction of the Windfire power, he cannot immediately enter the Tianxing city." Long-faced old man's face flashed with a smile, revealing a sneer. "Well, let's trouble Senior Long," the middle-aged Taoist said cautiously after a moment of consideration. "Senior Long, rest assured that the junior will definitely take care of this place. I wish the 2 seniors great power." The scholar in white robes agreed with a full mouth and slapped a big ass, making the Taoist and the old man smile. Immediately, the old man's sleeves flicked, and a jade car a few inches in size flew out, rising against the wind and turning into a size of several dozen feet. "Hua Taoist, in my Tianfeng car formation, the speed of escape can be doubled. It is definitely not possible to let him escape with this car." The old man flashed his figure and stood on the car, saying to the middle-aged Taoist, "That's troubling Senior Long." The middle-aged Taoist also did not stand on ceremony, taking big steps and lightly floating into the car. Then the old man cast a spell on the car, and the car was enveloped by a bunch of blue lights. With a shake, it disappeared into the aquared light not far away, and then flashed in it, disappearing without a trace, as if it had really merged with the formation. Wonderful. The Taoist has long heard of the name of the Tianfeng car, but didn't expect such an incredible magical power in the Windfire Great Formation. Tusk, it seems that Master Wan sent Taoist here, which is only second to the formation. It's meaningful. Seeing the jade car ghostly flashing forward in the aquared light, the middle-aged Taoist could not help but praise with his beard. Maybe, since the advancement of the late nascent soul, I have now thought of the mind of Master Wan, and I can't guess the old friends. The old man laughed and showed a look of indifference. The middle-aged Taoist heard this, but smiled and did not take the interface. The speed of the car under their feet, indeed faster than a normal early-stage nascent soul cultivator, in the case of the old man with the magic plate tracking. But a moment later, the two flew out of dozens of miles. Be careful, the man is just ahead. This person really has some magical powers. He actually broke through most of the prohibition and is about to completely get rid of the windfire power. Long-faced old man stared at the jade plate in his hand, and his face showed a serious expression, but he didn't wait for the Taoist to reply. Then 2 hands and fingers, chanting in his mouth. The blue light of the jade car flashed, and the car and the person became blurred at the same time. In an instant, it disappeared in the aquared light, as if it had disappeared without a trace. The old man used secret techniques to first hide himself. In this way, he can control the initiative to advance and retreat. Seeing the old man doing this, the middle-aged Taoist nodded secretly. The two did not use their divine thoughts. They drove the jade car and flew to the high place, and the escape speed was slowed down by more than half. After flying for several miles, the two finally saw the trespassing person from afar, and the result showed a surprised look on his face. The trespasser looked too young to be true. He was only a young man in his 20s, and he didn't use any magic treasures around him. He just broke the aquared light that was opened and flew away slowly, looking extremely relaxed. Who is this person? Could it be a cultivator in the middle of the Yuan period? The old man and the middle-aged Taoist both felt a chill in their hearts, and they couldn't help but think so. It's so coincidental. If it were other high-level cultivators in the Anti-Star Alliance, Han Li's real appearance had been widely spread because of the incident of the Void Sky tripod. Even if he was separated by so many years, he could naturally recognize it at a glance. However, these two people happened to be new nascent soul cultivators invited by Wan Tianming. Although their sects were not small in power, they have always been in seclusion and rarely participated in matters of the Star Sea. This time, if it weren't for Wan Tianming's lure of heavy profits, the two might not have come out. In this way, the two naturally felt strange to Han Li, and they were full of doubts and uncertainties. However, even so the old man and the Taoist were not really afraid of anything. With their magical powers, they could join hands to fight against a middle-period cultivator. Moreover, the other party may not really be a Yuan period cultivator. Here's the translation of the text into English. They might be ignorant, but when it comes to monsters in the Starry Sea at mid-stage or above, they still have a rough idea. Because the concealment restriction of the heavenly wind carriage was very sophisticated, the elderly surnamed long hesitated slightly and did not stop the carriage. Instead, he quietly flew towards the young man's head. The whole process was silent. When the jade carriage silently reached a point 30 zhang above Han Li's head, the elderly Long and the middle-aged Taoist couldn't help holding their breaths as they carefully observed the young man. Han Li had an ordinary face, dressed in a long blue robe. Apart from the storage pouch and spirit beast pouch at his waist, there was nothing conspicuous about him, making it impossible to discern his origins. Elderly Long frowned and exchanged a glance with the middle-aged Taoist. The Taoist hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Just as they were about to join forces to strike at Han Li, he suddenly raised his head, smiled faintly at the sky, and a pair of wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flicker, he disappeared into thin air right where he stood. Not good. As cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage, they were naturally not ordinary cultivators. Seeing this bizarre scene, elderly Long didn't hesitate to stomp on the carriage below with one foot, pouring all his spiritual power into it. Instantly, the concealment technique of the jade carriage vanished, replaced by a dazzling blue light that enveloped the carriage and the two men inside. The middle-aged Taoist hurriedly took out a black-and-white 8-trigram mirror from his storage pouch and threw it above his head. Chapter 1203, Battle of the Star Palace, Part 4. Almost simultaneously, a flash of blue electric arcs crackled above the jade carriage, and Han Li mysteriously appeared. Without a word, he flicked his sleeves, and dozens of golden small swords shot out, turning into streams of golden light that rained down, enveloping the entire jade carriage beneath them. Break! The middle-aged Taoist's face changed drastically. Immediately, he shouted loudly and pointed at the 8-trigram mirror above his head, activating its power. Instantly, a pillar of black and white light burst forth from the mirror's surface, turning into fine threads that directly entangled the myriad golden lights. As they collided outside the blue light, poo-poo sounds rang out continuously. Amidst the flashing golden lights, the swordsmanship seemed to wither all the threads of light with ease. Seeing this, the Taoist was shocked. Before he could react, the flying sword instantly struck the blue light mass. The same scene repeated itself as the blue light just managed to resist the golden lights before they pierced through, shooting directly towards the two inside. This time, both Elder Long and the Taoist were completely caught off guard. Both of them used their escape light at the same time, abandoning the jade boat below. They split into two streams of cyan and white light, shooting away. In the blink of an eye, they were more than 10 zhang away, narrowly avoiding the killing blow of the golden small swords. As the middle-aged Taoist shot out, he also tapped a spirit beast pouch around his waist. A clear chirp echoed out, and a snowy white bird about a foot in size flew out in a spiral. The bird had emerald green eyes, a sharp red beak, and 2 black claws. Seeing this bird appear, the Taoist felt relieved. He reached into his sleeve again and pulled out a crimson token emitting a brilliant red light, with dense runes emerging from it. But before he could activate the token, space fluctuations occurred above his head, and Han Li appeared with a flash of blue light. He glanced coldly at the Taoist below, his nostrils snorting while his eyes emitted a blue light. The Taoist was about to activate his treasure, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his divine sense, as if struck by a sharp object. His head instantly felt a tearing pain. He screamed in pain, bloodshot in his ears and nose. The token in his hand trembled, almost falling. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li flicked his 5 fingers. 5 red threads shot out and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a green light flashed in his other hand, and a green wooden ruler appeared, gently waving towards the snowy white spirit bird. Under the crimson fire, several red threads pierced through the Taoist's immobilized body. After a twist, they turned into 5 thick fire ropes, binding the Taoist securely. At this moment, the Taoist endured the severe pain in his mind and temporarily regained consciousness. Seeing his own situation, his face turned pale and bloodless. His body was completely unable to move, and he hurriedly used his divine sense to command his spirit bird to rescue him, but there was no response. The Taoist panicked, and in a hurry, his eyes quickly glanced to the side, only to see a silver light lotus floating above the spirit bird, which had appeared at some point. 7-colored Buddha light radiated from the lotus, enveloping the spirit bird and freezing it in midair, as if it too was bound. With a mix of shock and anger, the Taoist had yet to decide what to do next when a light breeze stirred above his head, followed by a golden light slashing through the wind like lightning. The Taoist screamed, and his head was swept off by the golden light, and his body tumbled down. Han Li's figure emerged with the wind, and without saying a word, both hands moved simultaneously. Thunderous sounds erupted, and large arcs of golden light interwove and shot out, forming a golden net that shrouded the headless body within. The net shimmered brightly, its momentum exceptionally shocking. Then Han Li muttered under his breath, and suddenly, flames burst around the remains. Tongues of red flames spurted out, instantly turning the body into ashes. However, almost simultaneously, a white light wrapped around the Taoist's nascent soul. Waving a white scepter in hand, he shot out from the flames, attempting to escape. But it ran straight into the golden net. After peals of thunder, the net bounced the nascent soul back. Then, a burst of golden light, electric arcs shot out, and the golden net burst apart completely. The nascent soul disappeared into the dazzling electric light. Han Li sighed lightly, then turned his head and looked coldly in another direction. Elder Long had already moved 40 zhang away. He had just taken out 2 blue pennants from his waist and hesitated about whether to join forces with Han Li when the Taoist unexpectedly died. The old man's heart sank involuntarily, his whole body shivering. When Han Li's gaze swept over, the old man suddenly waved with one hand. A flash of blue light appeared, and he used the sharp edge of the round pennant to slash down his own arm. With a bang, his arm exploded on its own, and a mist of blood enveloped him. Immediately, a sharp scream rang out. Surprisingly, the mist of blood wrapped around Elder Long turned into a faint blood shadow, shooting out in an instant. In just a few flashes, the blood shadow had escaped more than 100 zhang away. The speed of escape was so fast that even Han Li was greatly surprised. Narrowing his eyes, Han Li hesitated slightly on his face. The blood shadow disappeared into the myriad of light, leaving no trace behind. Han Li rubbed his chin, shaking his head with a hint of regret on his face. It seems this person truly possesses some extraordinary abilities, understanding a similar mysterious escape technique to blood shadow escape. But now, I'm not willing to expend too much effort chasing after him. Getting to Tianxing City is more important. With these thoughts in mind, he glanced at the spirit bird still imprisoned by the 8-spirit ruler. With a flick of his finger, a golden sword light shot out, cutting the bird into 2 pieces, killing it. Such spirit birds nurtured from birth with blood infusion couldn't possibly be tamed by others again, so Han Li naturally wouldn't leave it alive. Afterward, he transformed into a cyan rainbow and shot straight towards Tianxing City. Under his full-speed flight, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, his escape light pierced through the wind and fire celestial array's restrictions, entering the vast island. Han Li paused briefly after his figure hesitated slightly, taking a distant look at Tianxing City. He saw the enormous city walls covered by a thick, pale blue barrier. Above the barrier, vast patches of blue and red auroras continuously collided, accompanied by earth-shattering thunderous sounds. Han Li's expression changed slightly. Without further hesitation, he shot directly towards Tianxing City. In just a few flashes, the cyan rainbow arrived in front of a city gate, only to be stopped by the blue barrier. Naturally, the Star Palace cultivators behind the barrier noticed Han Li's presence at this moment. After a sharp whistle, more than a dozen Star Palace cultivators of varying heights appeared on the city gate, all staring at Han Li with expressions ranging from astonishment to uncertainty. After all, they had heard that Han Li was a cultivator attacking their restrictions for the rebel Star Alliance. However, it was surprising that he came alone. They considered that others might have come from unknown origins, but since being besieged by the rebel Star Alliance, it was unlikely for anyone else to arrive outside Tianxing City. Han Li, relying on his spiritual vision, could clearly see the expressions of the cultivators on the city gate, even though there was a great distance between them. He remained silent, flipping his palm to reveal the honorary guest token of the Star Palace from years ago. With a wave of his hand, the token flew towards the barrier and floated there. The cultivators on the city gate became restless. Several higher-level cultivators kept scrutinizing the token. Suddenly, one of them's face drastically changed. He turned around abruptly and said something to the others. Instantly, their faces showed both surprise and joy. One of them hurriedly took out a sound-transmitting talisman from his bosom, waved his hand, and sent a flame light shooting into the city. Then the same person took out a formation plate-like magical instrument from his bosom, pinched the tactics, pointed at it several times, and then said, "Is it Senior Han outside? Please forgive us, Senior. It's a special period now, and we haven't seen Senior's true appearance before, so we can't let the elders enter the city now. But I've already sent a sound-transmitting talisman to the Palace Lord, and the Palace Lord will be here soon." These words bypassed the blue barrier and were transmitted directly to Han Li's ears through the formation plate. Han Li raised an eyebrow, simply nodded, and stood still with his hands behind his back. As a result, he didn't have to wait long. Just after Emil's time, 3 dazzling rainbows shot back from the direction of the city, flashing and landing at the city gate. Among them were 2 men and 1 woman, with the woman standing in the middle. The other 2 seemed to defer to her. This woman had exceptionally delicate features, giving Han Li a strangely familiar feeling. It was Ling Yuling in her female attire. The 2 men were a middle-aged man in yellow robes in his 30s and an elderly man with all-white hair. The 3 stood on the city gate and immediately looked towards Han Li. The other guards at the gate all dared not to breathe heavily. "It's really Taoist Han. That's great. I was worried he couldn't make it. Someone quickly open the restrictions and let Taoist Han into the city." Ling Yuling's eyes flashed as excitement appeared on her face. Then she ordered the other cultivators. "Palace Lord, is this appropriate? Is this person really trustworthy? What if he's someone disguised by the Rebel Star Alliance? That would be a big problem." The cultivator in yellow robes hesitated and advised, seemingly unaware of Han Li's exact identity. "Rest assured, it won't be fake. This honorary guest token is specially made, and there's only one like it under the heavens. Besides, with his abilities, no one in the Starry Sea can snatch away his belongings in a one-on-one fight." Ling Yuling shook her head and said. Upon hearing Ling Yuling's words, the cultivator in yellow robes had nothing more to say and could only nod slowly. The guards at the gate, seeing this, no longer hesitated. Immediately, they took out formation flags or plates from their waists. Several people threw out their magical instruments, and various colored lights and auras appeared, all entering the barrier in front of the city gate. A burst of brilliant blue light shimmered, and mysteriously, a circular passage about 10 feet wide appeared in its midst. Han Li glanced at it indifferently, transforming into a streak of azure light and darting inside. After a few flickers, he emerged within the restriction. The light curtain trembled once more, and the passage vanished. "Han Taoist friend, you've finally arrived." A streak of green light flashed at the city gate. After Han Li's peculiar appearance, Ling Yuling in female attire smiled with joy, her lips slightly pursed. "Lady Ling invited me from afar with the 10,000 Li talisman. How could I break my promise?" Han Li replied with a smile. "Many thanks to Brother Han for your great assistance. With a friend here, the jesters of the Reverse Star Alliance need not be feared. But this is not the place for discussion. Taoist friend, please come with me to the sacred mountain. Senior son, Gather all non-rotating elders of our palace to assemble in the temple. I have important matters to discuss." Ling Yuling invited, then turned to the yellow-robed cultivator beside her and gave orders. "Yes, Palace Master." The yellow-robed cultivator, at the early Yuan Wying stage, had been scrutinizing Han Li incessantly since his appearance. However, his spiritual sense could not fathom Han Li's realm, filling him with awe and astonishment. Upon hearing Ling Yuling's command, he immediately agreed with a bow, taking out a stack of sound-transmitting talismans to send to the palace's elders. At this moment, Han Li's gaze turned to the elderly man with white hair and calmly said to him, "I never expected that after so many years, Senior Zhao not only retains his elegance, but has also greatly advanced in cultivation. This is truly a joyous occasion." The elderly man was none other than the Zhao who had proposed dual cultivation on Silver Shark Island back then. In just over 100 years, this elderly man had advanced to the mid-Yuan Wying stage, much like Ling Yuling. How could I have the ability to advance to this realm? It was all thanks to the great assistance of the two senior palace masters that I was able to progress further. Zhao chuckled bitterly, seemingly harboring some hidden meaning. I see. Han Li's gaze flickered a few times, a pensive expression crossing his face. It's even better now that Senior Zhao and brother Han are old acquaintances. Let's go to the temple first and chat in detail later, Ling Yuling said with a gentle smile. Han Li naturally had no objections and nodded. Shortly after, under Ling Yuling's lead, Han Li flew directly to the highest level of the sacred mountain in the middle of Tianxing City, landing his streak of light in front of a seemingly ordinary bluestone hall. Han Li surveyed the stone hall for a moment, his face showing a hint of surprise. "Why does Brother Han find our palace hall too ordinary?" Ling Yuling glanced at Han Li and smiled charmingly. "It exceeds my expectations," Han Li admitted openly without any attempt to conceal his thoughts. Although this hall appears ordinary, it was where our palace's founding ancestor cultivated in seclusion. Therefore, it has been preserved and remains an important place for our palace. Originally, outsiders were not allowed to enter casually. However, Brother Han's journey of thousands of miles to aid us naturally exempts him from such restrictions, Ling Yuling explained with a smile. Although this hall seems ordinary, the spiritual energy here is extraordinarily dense. It is indeed an excellent place for cultivation. I'm afraid there are few islands in the entire inner star sea that can match such a good cultivation site. Han Li nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Ling Yuling's smile grew even warmer upon hearing this, leading Han Li towards the main entrance of the hall. Outside the hall, a dozen or so disciples of the Star Palace stood guard, hurriedly bowing to them upon their arrival. After their gazes swept over Han Li, they all showed a hint of curiosity. Naturally, Ling Yuling did not explain anything to these guards and led Han Li into the hall. They passed through a short corridor and entered an ancient and spacious hall. The few of them took their seats. On your way here, Brother Han must already know the current situation of our palace, right? Ling Yuling sat down straightforwardly and asked as soon as she took her seat. Naturally, I know some of it. The current situation of your palace doesn't seem too good, Han Li replied calmly. Then Brother Han should also know that our palace used to be in a dominant position. The sudden turn of events was simply due to Wan Tianming advancing to the late Yuan Wying stage, becoming a great cultivator. This caused the Reverse Star Alliance to gradually erode our palace's peripheral forces, to the point where even Star City was besieged. As long as Brother Han can entangle this person, our palace has the confidence to once again annihilate the Reverse Star Alliance. Ling Yuling's expression turned serious, with a hint of murderous intent flickering between her brows. Ling Taoist friend wants me to confront that Wan Daemen master. Han Li's gaze flickered as he calmly asked. Yes, does Brother Han have any objections? Ling Yuling was taken aback, hesitatingly asking. It's not objection, but Lady Ling must have misunderstood something. Han Li raised his eyebrows, speaking frankly. Misunderstood? Could it be that Brother Han did not come here to assist me? Ling Yuling's expression changed slightly. Of course I did, but... Han Li was about to say something when his voice suddenly halted, turning his head to look towards the entrance of the hall. Seeing this, Ling Yuling naturally followed his gaze. Shortly after, 3 cultivators leisurely walked in from outside the hall, 1 at the mid-Yuan Wying stage and 2 at the early Yuan Wying stage. The mid-Yuan Wying cultivator was a burly man in a purple robe covered with pockmarks. Upon entering the hall, he didn't immediately pay respects to Ling Yuling, but instead gave Han Li a hostile look, exuding an unruly demeanor. However, after his spiritual sense swept over Han Li and failed to discern his true cultivation, his pupils contracted and his expression turned ugly. At this moment, Ling Yuling smiled and spoke up. Elder Ma, you've arrived so quickly. Please be seated first. When the other elders gather later, I will introduce a distinguished guest of the Star Palace to you. Well, this friend's cultivation is unfathomable. It's indeed appropriate for the palace master to treat him with such respect. The burly man's expression returned to normal after a forced smile at Han Li, sitting down with much of his arrogance subdued. The other 2 Star Palace elders couldn't see through Han Li's cultivation either. Seeing Elder Ma behaving so obediently, they exchanged startled glances and then bowed to Ling Yuling before taking their seats. Seeing this, Ling Yuling raised her fair wrist, lightly pushing back her dark hair, but a trace of coldness flickered in her bright eyes. Han Li sat beside them, watching all this with a half-smile. Elder Ma seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the new palace master, Ling Yuling, but Ling Yuling took advantage of Han Li's presence to assert her authority. It left him feeling speechless and amused. However, since he and Ling Yuling were old acquaintances, he didn't mind much. After all, her actions didn't cause him any harm. With the arrival of Elder Ma and his companions, the other Star Palace elders also gradually arrived at the temple. Seeing this unfamiliar high-level cultivator, they were all greatly surprised. But these Yuan-Wying stage elders were all crafty individuals. Although they couldn't sense Han Li's true realm with their spiritual sense, they were unnerved by Elder Ma's respectful behavior. They appeared unusually polite. In a short time, more than 20 Star Palace elders had gathered in the hall. Apart from Zhao's elder, Elder Ma, and Ling Yuling herself, the rest were at the early Yuan-Wying stage. Now that most of the elders have arrived, let me introduce a distinguished guest to you. This is the guest recognized personally by our former palace master, Han Li, Han Taoist friend. Ling Yuling slowly stood up as most of the people had arrived, pointing a jade-like finger at Han Li with a smile. Han Li, what, it's him? Among the elders present, someone had indeed heard this name, causing a stir, and someone even exclaimed in surprise. Han Li, the one who. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the elder who spoke, a benevolent-looking elder in white clothes. Han Li pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered something, his expression turning somber. So it's you. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance from the Void Heaven Palace. I wonder where the other friend who presided over the opening of the Void Heaven Palace is now. Han Li's voice grew cold. The white-robed elder's face had already turned pale. This person was none other than the Star Palace law enforcement elder who had nearly stabbed Han Li through the heart in the Void Heaven Palace back then. When he had just entered the hall, he had a vague sense of familiarity, but he hadn't recognized him immediately. However, the exclamation just now instantly reminded him of the Void Heaven Palace, and he naturally identified Han Li. Why does Brother Han recognize Elder Ximen from back then? Ling Yuling noticed Han Li's darkened expression and couldn't help but ask with a sinking heart, still having to speak. It's nothing. Back then, I hadn't yet condensed my Yuan-Wying, so I had some entanglements with Senior Ximen. Han Li's expression fluctuated several times. Suddenly realizing something, he instantly regained his composure and said calmly, I see. If Senior Ximen had really offended you back then, I hope Brother Han can be generous and not hold on to it. Let's continue discussing how to deal with Wan Tianming. Ling Yuling hurriedly bypassed the topic with a smile upon hearing Han Li's casual words, bringing up the previous matter again. After all, the Reverse Star Alliance was the current big trouble for the Star Palace. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the white-robed elder felt slightly relieved, but his face still showed fear and he couldn't truly calm down. I didn't promise to risk my life and fight a fellow cultivator of the same rank just for the existence of your Star Palace or not, Han Li said slowly. With these words spoken, the entire stone hall fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 1205, Battle of the Star Palace, Part 6. If the Star Palace really falls, does friend think that I can still remain unharmed? Moreover, I'm not asking Brother Han to fight Wan Tianming to the death. I just hope that when we take action, friend can distract him. This should be within Brother Han's capabilities, right? Ling Yuling frowned slightly, speaking slowly. If it's just to distract him, that's not impossible. But the key is that he's also a high-level cultivator. Once we start, whether it turns into a life-and-death struggle is not something I can predict. If friend agrees beforehand, and if he uses lethal methods, I can leave on my own. Then I can consider taking action. Besides, the destruction of the Star Palace and your own safety are completely separate matters. Even if the Star Palace really ceases to exist, I can still ensure your safety. This would also fulfill the promise I made to your father back then. Otherwise, based solely on the exchange conditions made with the twin saints back then, it's not enough for me to risk this. Han Li spoke calmly, pointing out the key points in a few words. Ling Yuling's expression changed subtly. Brother Han, from your tone, it seems that it's not that you can't take action, but that you need sufficient compensation, am I right? Zhao, who had been silent, caught something from Han Li's words, frowned slightly, and asked while stroking his beard. Of course, everything in this world has a price. As long as your conditions are truly sufficient, I can take such a risk, Han Li said with a calm smile, not hiding anything. No, what does Brother Han want? Elder Ma's eyes flashed with curiosity as he also spoke up. It's not about what I want, but what your palace intends to offer that could make me interested, Han Li replied calmly. The elders of the Star Palace showed various expressions at this moment, some even secretly communicating via sound transmission in the hall. For these eccentric old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years, they didn't feel annoyed by Han Li's refusal earlier. No one would do such a foolish thing as to risk their lives against a cultivator of the same level without any benefit. Moreover, the risk of a fight between top cultivators in the human realm was far greater than imagined. But to truly impress, Han Li seemed to be no easy task. After all, ordinary treasures, materials, or even secret techniques were unlikely to catch his eye as a high-level cultivator. Sitting in the main seat, Ling Yuling watched the elders whispering in the hall with a changing expression on her jade-like face. After a while, she suddenly spoke with slightly parted lips. Brother Han's words make sense, but ordinary things are probably not what Brother Han is interested in. I propose exchanging the magnetic divine light cultivation method and the magnetic divine mountain. How does friend feel about this? The profound and mysterious nature of this technique means that only someone as talented as Brother Han is qualified to cultivate it. With just a few words, this woman stated Han Li's main purpose in coming here, causing him to be momentarily stunned. He scrutinized Ling Yuling with narrowed eyes, pondering deeply. The other Star Palace elders were also surprised by her words, and then exchanged strange glances, but no one spoke up against it. Although the magnetic divine light was famous, it was known for its difficulty and drawbacks in cultivation. It seemed somewhat unappealing to ordinary Yuan Wying stage cultivators. Using this technique and the magnetic divine mountain to exchange for Han Li's assistance left them with no reason to object. Instead, they were concerned about whether Han Li would agree. Contrary to their expectations, Han Li didn't hesitate for long before nodding with deep meaning. It seems that Fairy Yuling knew what I wanted long ago. I'm not a greedy person. Let's exchange on these terms. When the time comes, I'll help you stop Wan Tianming. Although I can't guarantee to kill him, I won't let him harm you easily. Good, I trust Brother Han will not break his word. I will have the magnetic divine light cultivation method delivered first. After the major battle, I will then deliver the magnetic divine mountain. Ling Yuling's face, like jade, once again showed a smile. In that case, I'll wait quietly for news from Fairy Ling. I'm a bit tired from the journey here and will take my leave to rest, Han Li said, standing up after the matter was settled, unwilling to stay any longer. Of course, Elder Zhao, please arrange a quiet room for Brother Han to rest for 2 days. Also, since Brother Han is a distinguished guest, please accompany him more in the next few days. Ling Yuling naturally agreed, turning her jade neck to Zhao with a gentle order. The white-haired elder nodded in understanding, bowed slightly to Ling Yuling, and then led Han Li out. After nodding to Ling Yuling, Han Li didn't immediately leave. Instead, he turned his gaze down and suddenly looked deeply at the Ximen elder sitting among the other elders. There was a faint flash of blue light in his pupils, and he calmly walked out of the hall. The elder Ximen felt a sudden chill in his heart and a tingling sensation in his spiritual sense after being glanced at by Han Li. It almost made him jump out of his chair. But as soon as Han Li turned and left, the tingling sensation in his spiritual sense disappeared instantly, as if nothing had happened. The elder Ximen was greatly frightened, quickly checking his body and spiritual sense repeatedly, finding everything normal without any anomaly. He couldn't help but feel self-mockery for his paranoia. Now in the heart of the Star Palace, even if the other party was a high-level cultivator, he wouldn't dare to easily make a move against him. However, the elder had made a decision. After the meeting, he would immediately find a hidden place to hide and wait until the major battle began. During this period, he would avoid meeting Han Li again to prevent any fatal danger. After all, back then, his flying sword had almost taken Han Li's life. Now that the other party's abilities far surpassed his own, it would be difficult to let things go smoothly. HMPH. If only I had known that he had such incredible opportunities, I wouldn't have provoked him back then, or I would have completely eradicated him. The elder Ximen sighed inwardly, feeling regretful and annoyed. After leaving the hall, the man in the purple robe said to Ling Yuling, "Palace Master, can this Han cultivator really hold off Wan Tianming? What is his background, and should we be concerned? Otherwise, he might just talk a good game but end up colluding with the Anti-Star Alliance, abandoning us midway through the battle or even turning against us. That would spell disaster for us. Perhaps it's better to rely on our restrictions and defend Star City." Senior Ma, rest assured. I knew Han Friend before my father made any agreements with him. Although we weren't close, he had a significant conflict with the elders of the Anti-Star Alliance in the past due to the Void Heaven Cauldron incident. There's absolutely no possibility of him being connected to them. As for whether he can really restrain Wan Tianming, I don't think there will be any problem. After all, Han Friend advanced earlier than Wan Tianming, and he also possesses the Void Heaven Cauldron, giving him a better chance of success. Besides this method, do we have any better alternatives? Although our Star City's defensive array is profound, it won't hold up for long under the constant bombardment of the opponent's forces. We must determine the outcome in a decisive battle. At that time, either the anti-star alliance will disperse like smoke, or the Star Palace will cease to exist, Ling Yuling decisively stated. Since Palace Master says so, we can only rely on this person. After thinking for a while, the man in the purple robe reluctantly agreed, realizing there were no other options. Seeing that even the most rebellious elder had no objections, Ling Yuling smiled lightly and continued. Next, let's discuss the date of the decisive battle with the enemy and how we will attack to break through their array. In an exceptionally secluded secret room, Han Li sat cross-legged, hands forming a strange mudra, eyes closed. After an unknown period, he suddenly stirred, slowly opening his eyes. "What's the matter, Han Friend? Have you decided to take action?" A light laugh sounded in Han Li's ears, the voice of the boy transformed from the heavenly tide's beast. "Do you know what I'm doing?" Han Li's expression was indifferent, but his voice was grave. "Although I don't know what secret technique you used, you clearly used your divine sense to leave a mark on that person before leaving the hall. Although this technique isn't impressive, with your strong divine sense, how could those cultivators in the stone hall detect your actions? Han Friend, you didn't do this just to go back and have a drink with that person, did you?" the boy said playfully. "Since Friend knows, there's nothing for me to hide. That person almost took my life back then. Although I'm not one to hold grudges, such a life-and-death enmity cannot be easily ignored. It wasn't convenient for me to act directly in the Star Palace just now, but now that he has left the Stone Hall, I can naturally take action," Han Li said coldly. He then tapped his storage pouch, and a silver light flashed as a humanoid puppet silently appeared and swiftly disappeared into the nearby wall. Han Li suddenly stood up and pushed open the nearby secret room door, walking out. Passing through a short corridor, Han Li entered a hall where an elder named Zhao was sitting, sipping tea. Upon seeing Han Li, Zhao's face showed surprise. "Friend Zhao, you cultivate a wood attribute technique, right? If you don't mind, would you like to exchange cultivation insights with me?" Han Li smiled faintly. Half a day later, a certain divine lamp in a restricted area of the Star Palace suddenly flickered and extinguished. This startled the disciples guarding the lamps, who quickly reported the incident. Immediately, chaos erupted in the Star Palace. Just an hour later, several elders burst into the cave of the elder surnamed Zyman, breaking into one of its secret chambers. Several hours earlier, disciples had witnessed the elder enter the chamber. But now it was empty, devoid of any trace of him. This elder Zyman had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of his body behind. With such bizarre occurrences, nearly every senior figure in the Star Palace immediately suspected Han Li's involvement, given the recent events fresh in their minds. It was clear to everyone that this grand cultivator seemed to have deep-seated grievances with Elder Sima. However, despite their suspicions, none of the senior members of the Star Palace dared to confront Han Li openly. They all maintained an appearance of ignorance, aside from their murmurs of doubt. This situation arose not only because Han Li was a powerful cultivator whom no one wished to provoke unnecessarily, but also because there was no solid evidence linking him to the incident. On the contrary, Han Li had a plausible alibi. He had been seen in the company of Elder Zhao during the time of Elder Sima's demise. Of course, this obvious ruse was easily discerned by anyone with a hint of cunning, but it effectively silenced any accusations against Han Li for the time being. Even though they suspected the truth, Han Li didn't need to personally act to make an early nascent soul cultivator vanish from the world easily, causing all the elders of the Star Palace to shudder at the thought. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they could simply capture and probe the truth through soul searching. But Han Li was a high-level cultivator. No one dared to invite such trouble. Even those elders who had been friendly with Elder Sima before his demise now remained silent. Moreover, shortly thereafter, the entire Star Palace was set to rely on Han Li's strength, so offending him was out of the question. From Ling Yuling to the ordinary elders, they all had to play dumb. After exchanging insights with Elder Zhao for half a day, Han Li returned to seclusion in the secret chamber. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao received news of Elder Sima's demise and stood frozen in place for a long while. Eventually, he could only smile bitterly, his face filled with helplessness. Instead of staying where Han Li was in seclusion, Elder Zhao summoned 2 Foundation establishment disciples and left on his own accord. Although he could still monitor Han Li while being with him, the fact that he could kill another nascent soul cultivator in secret made it a waste of time to watch over him. He was smart enough to keep a distance to avoid any potential danger. Thus, a strange scene unfolded. Despite the clear loss of an elder from the Star Palace, the upper echelons only briefly dealt with the aftermath and never mentioned the incident again. Even the name of Elder Sima became taboo for a while. Instead, everyone focused eagerly on the upcoming battle in a few days. 5 days later, Han Li emerged from seclusion and returned to the grand hall of the temple. Besides the senior elders of the Star Palace, there were now over 30 Foundation establishment cultivators present. These cultivators were mostly at the late Foundation establishment stage, clearly forming the backbone of the Star Palace after its elders. As Han Li slowly walked into the hall, all the cultivators' gazes immediately focused on him. Most looked at him with awe, some with suspicion, but one thing was consistent. Whenever Han Li looked in their direction, the cultivators would immediately lower their heads respectfully, showing no sign of neglect. For Han Li, using a humanoid puppet to deal with a mere early nascent soul cultivator was insignificant. However, it unexpectedly instilled a sense of awe in the high-ranking figures of the Star Palace. Previously, Although these Star Palace cultivators acknowledged his status as a high-level cultivator, none had witnessed his abilities firsthand. Now, after Han Li displayed his strange ability to kill a nascent soul cultivator with a clone, the confidence of these Star Palace cultivators in Han Li's ability to withstand Wan Tianming increased significantly. This was something neither Ling Yuling nor Han Li had anticipated. However, Ling Yuling was naturally pleased that the morale of others had risen somewhat, while Han Li didn't care at all. Han Taoist, please take a seat first. I will now begin to arrange the attack on the Anti-Star Alliance, Ling Yuling said politely as she saw Han Li arrive. Han Li nodded and sat down on a stone chair below her. He casually took out a pale white jade slip from his sleeve and began to examine it intently, seemingly ignoring everyone else in the hall. Ling Yuling smiled faintly, but as she glanced at the other cultivators in the hall, her expression immediately became solemn, and she began issuing instructions aloud. The plan of the Star Palace was exceedingly simple. Although the Wind and Fire Heavenly Extinction Formation consisted of 108 pillars, they planned to attack only the 36 pillars surrounding the Tianxing city. According to the calculations of the Star Palace's array masters, these 36 pillars were the most crucial part of the formation. If most of them were destroyed, the entire formation would collapse on its own. Of course, this required the preliminary capture of the core eye, guarded by Wan Tianming himself. Thus, one by one, nascent soul elders and foundation establishment cultivators stood up in response to Ling Yuling's stern voice, each showing a solemn expression. Unseen in the hall, an atmosphere of killing intent seemed to silently permeate. In an instant, each pillar was assigned a specialist to attack. However, the number of high-level cultivators responsible for each area varied, with some places led by 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators, while others had only a few foundation establishment cultivators assigned. Han Li couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. However, after a moment's thought, he understood what was going on. Most likely, there are high-level moles from the Star Palace within the Anti-Star Alliance who have thoroughly grasped the strength of the guardians of Fenghuozhu. Hence this subtle deployment. Although Han Li did not lift his head, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Ling Yuling's arrangements were very quick. After a meal's worth of time, almost all the cultivators in the hall had specific tasks, except for a few. Finally, the voice of this woman twisted suddenly, and she smiled at Han Li, saying, "Han Taoist, you and I, along with elders Ma and Zhao, will lead the team to attack the I formation where Wan Tianming is personally stationed." "No problem. However, when the time comes, I will only be responsible for Wan Tianming. As long as other cultivators do not provoke me, I will not take action," Han Li replied lightly, meeting her gaze. Seeing Han Li so relaxed, Ling Yuling's bright eyes flashed with surprise. She had some doubts in her heart, but she replied without hesitation. Although she knew more about Han Li through the twin saints of Tianxing, she was unsure of Han Li's true abilities. fearing he might underestimate the situation. Thus, she also briefed Han Li on Wan Tianming's advanced abilities after achieving great completion, as well as some powerful treasures he recently acquired, to ensure Han Li was well informed. Listening, Han Li's face showed neither agreement nor disagreement, without any indication. Seeing this scene, Ling Yuling sighed inwardly, but found it inappropriate to inquire further about Han Li's confidence. After all, the fate of the Star Palace hung in the balance in this battle. "Let's go." After a cold command from the woman, all the cultivators in the hall immediately rushed out. The low-level foundation establishment disciples had long been prepared at the city gates on all four sides of Tianxing City, just waiting for the nascent soul and Yuanying stage cultivators leading the team to arrive, so they could attack immediately. Han Li glanced at the jade slip in his hand, and with a move of his hands, the jade slip disappeared without a trace. The magnetic light scripture recorded in this jade slip is indeed profound. He had been pondering over it for several days and had only just begun to grasp some insights. He wondered about the peculiar existence of the magnetic mountain and how it could assist in cultivating this technique. While Han Li absent-mindedly contemplated, he followed Ling Yuling and several other elders out of the stone hall. Contrary to Han Li's expectations, outside the hall was a gigantic beast carriage measuring tens of zhang in length. The entire carriage was made of an unknown green wood, shimmering with various runes, clearly crafted with great care. But what caught the eye even more was that in front of the carriage, there were four similarly jade-green mythical beasts lying on the ground, each several zhang long. Since arriving in Tianxing City this time, Han Li was stunned for the first time. Although they were only at the 5th or 6th level, these four green mythical beasts were indeed true azure dragons. If he remembered correctly, the Azure Dragon clan was extremely protective. Even though the Star Palace used to be powerful, how could they dare to harness real azure dragons to drive a carriage? Were they not afraid of angering this mythical beast clan and inviting a formidable enemy to the Star Palace? Why is Han Taoist so surprised by just a few low-level mythical beasts? Seeing Han Li's rare expression of surprise, Ling Yuling's bright eyes curved, revealing a hint of amusement. "No, it's not that. Although the bodies of these mythical beasts are indeed of the Azure Dragon clan, the souls inside seem to be somewhat unusual." Han Li squinted his eyes, and after a flash of blue light in his pupils, he suddenly spoke. "Han Xing truly has sharp eyes. The souls inside these azure dragons' bodies are indeed not their own, but were filled with the souls of some low-level green dragons that my father won in a bet with the Golden Dragon King during his travels in the outer seas. After that, using secret techniques, he refined them and filled them with the souls of deep-sea spirit pythons, forming these controlled beast carriages," Ling Yuling explained with admiration on her face. "I see. However, Ling Taoist placed this carriage here. Does it mean that we will use this carriage for the attack this time?" Han Li frowned slightly, still somewhat puzzled. "Han Xing, you may not know. This carriage was personally crafted by my father back then. Besides the mythical beasts pulling the carriage having considerable powers, the carriage itself also holds a universe inside, which is quite effective against breaking through enemies. If this battle weren't crucial, I wouldn't necessarily be willing to use this treasure, Ling Yuling said with a raised eyebrow, her face showing a hint of mystery. Chapter 12:07, Battle of the Star Palace, Part 8. Upon hearing Ling Yuling's words, Han Li glanced over the beast carriage with his spiritual sense, nodded silently, and said nothing more. The four of them boarded the carriage. It was driven by a bald giant standing 2 zhang tall. Although he appeared to be only at the foundation establishment stage, his upper body was bare, his muscles bulging like steel, emitting a formidable aura. The giant swung a white whip into the air, producing a piercing sound. The lazy green pythons lying in front of the stone hall immediately sprang up alertly. After a shake of their heads and tails, the carriage roared and turned into a white light, soaring into the sky at a speed not inferior to that of an early Yuanying stage cultivator. 15 minutes later, Han Li and the others appeared at a gate of Tianxing City. Above the giant island, the power of wind and fire bombarded the pale blue light barrier from all directions. Even under the protection of the light barrier, the constant booming thunder still made ordinary residents and low-level cultivators in the city tremble with fear. After all, everyone knew that although the light barrier still appeared exceptionally thick, if this continued, it would only be a matter of time before it was breached by the wind and fire forces outside. At this moment, Han Li stood in a secluded corner of the city gate, looking outwards. There was nothing pleasant outside the light barrier. Everything looked similar to when he entered, dominated by shades of green and red. Even with his divine abilities, he couldn't see too far inside. He glanced lightly at the area below the city gate and saw that in a concealed place adjacent to the gate, there were already as many as 2,000 low-level cultivators. Everyone was sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed to meditate, rubbing their magical instruments and arranging their talismans, all preparing for the final moments. Meanwhile, Zhao the old man and the purple-robed man also walked out of the carriage, discussing something with several other elders with solemn expressions. Han Xing, there's something I'd like to ask of you. I wonder if you could agree. Footsteps sounded from behind, and even before Han Li turned around, a pleasant voice reached him. What is it? Han Li turned around, showing no surprise on his face. It was Ling Yuling dressed in light green palace attire. At this moment, her expression was uncertain, her brows furrowed tightly, as if she had made a great determination to say what she had just said. The next battle will decide the life and death of my star palace. But to be honest, the Reversal Star Alliance has indeed recruited some bitter cultivators who have never appeared before in recent years. Even with Han Xing's assistance, the hope of winning is only 50-50 at best. If we win this battle, everything will naturally be fine, and there's no need to trouble Taoist friend with anything. But if a major defeat occurs, I hope Taoist friend can take these people from the addresses recorded in this jade slip and take care of them after you escape from the Star Sea. Ling Yuling lightly bit her lip, flipped her hand, and a light blue jade slip appeared in her palm, hopping for Han Li's agreement. What do you mean by this? Han Li frowned. It's nothing. These few people all have close ties with me. Although I am confident that hardly anyone knows about their relationship with me, if a major defeat really happens and the Reversal Star Alliance wants to root us out, things might not go well. It's better to let Taoist friend take them away. Taoist friend is not a local cultivator of the Star Sea, so surely you have a way to do this. Ling Yuling unexpectedly had an entirely dependent tone. Han Li stared at the woman, somewhat speechless. However, his silence seemed to cause a misunderstanding in her. With a light laugh, she continued. Of course, I wouldn't let Taoist friend do this for nothing. I remember that my father and Taoist friend made a deal to help 3 times. Now that Taoist friend has helped me deal with Wan Tianming, it counts as fulfilling 1 time. Now, as long as Taoist friend agrees to this, regardless of whether we win or lose this battle, and whether Taoist friend really needs to do this, I will count it as Taoist friend fulfilling another time. How about this condition? Ling Taoist friend, have you considered this carefully? I promised my father that I would assist you 3 times when your life was in danger. If you easily waste one opportunity like this, I'm afraid it's not quite what the 2 saints intended. Han Li fell silent for a moment, his eyes strangely flashing. I naturally understand this. But since I have become the Lord of the Star Palace, if this battle really ends in a major defeat, the Millennium heritage of the Star Palace will be broken. The remaining 2 chances to save my life will be of no use. It's better to protect my close ones first. As for myself, I have the cultivation of the mid-Yuanying stage, which should be enough to protect myself under normal circumstances. Ling Yuling sighed softly. Han Li looked at the woman's pitiful expression for a while before calmly saying, All right, since Ling Taoist friend has put it this way, I can accept this deal. If you lose this battle, I will indeed take them away from the Star Sea. With Han Xing's words, Yuling will no longer have any worries. With Taoist friends' great cultivation level, even if this battle goes badly, escaping with your whole body intact should be easy. Ling Yuling's face bloomed with charm, suddenly revealing a flirtatious color. However, Han Li just smiled faintly, turned his head, and looked again at the outside of the city. And Ling Yuling, having obtained this promise, was also tactful enough not to disturb Han Li any further, quietly withdrawing on her own. Several hours later, after confirming everyone was prepared through the transmission of voice-sending symbols, the gates of Tianxing City simultaneously swung open. Tens of thousands of cultivators surged out from several gates, swiftly escaping through the pale blue light curtain, disappearing into the azure and crimson light clouds formed by the wind and fire forces. The commotion naturally caught the attention of the Nixing Alliance cultivators guarding within the Windfire Heavenly Formation. They immediately dispatched a large number of cultivators to intercept, while those remaining activated the entire formation, fully unleashing its power. Although this formation didn't greatly affect cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, it still caused massive damage to foundation establishment cultivators. As the wind and fire columns all around activated the formation, the originally drifting azure and crimson light clouds suddenly roiled violently. Clusters of azure and crimson light balls condensed and burst on their own. Within the formation, spiritual light flashed everywhere, accompanied by continuous booming explosions. Without proper preparation, a typical foundation establishment cultivator entering this formation would likely be swallowed up by the power of wind and fire in an instant. However, the Star Palace had prepared meticulously for this battle. Almost every cultivator wore various colored light shields that appeared when the formation's power was fully displayed. Surprisingly, these shields mitigated much of the wind and fire attacks, sparing many lower-ranking Star Palace cultivators from harm. At almost the same moment, Nixing Alliance cultivators attacking from various columns clashed head-on with Star Palace cultivators within the formation, and the battlefield resounded with shouts and killings. Near the edge of the formation, at a spot where a wind and fire pillar soared 300 zhang high, several cultivators stood on top, squinting their eyes as they looked into the distance. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a purple robe and jade belt, with a square face and thick eyebrows. He was none other than Wan Tianming, whom Han Li had encountered several times at the Void Heaven Hall. However, he appeared far more composed now than before. Not far behind him stood a slightly cyan-faced elderly man and an elderly woman dressed in vibrant red and green attire. Both looked towards the formation with solemn expressions. It seems this time the entire Star Palace is truly mobilized. They must have spared no effort, deploying so many mid-level talismans at once. It's enough to bankrupt an ordinary sect with just this. The cyan-faced elderly man murmured. He was the same Lung surname cultivator who had fled in panic when Han Li broke through. Their actions are indeed a desperate gamble. It probably has something to do with the person who breached Star City back then, Wan Tianming remarked calmly. I think it's more like a desperate attempt. But Brother Lung, if that cultivator who killed Taoist Hua is truly that formidable, even with the two of you joining forces, you were still instantly defeated by him, the elderly woman said, her eyes flickering with green light as she suddenly addressed Lung. Upon hearing the elderly woman mention Han Li, Lung's complexion turned slightly pale. He touched the new arm he had recently attached using a secret technique and smiled bitterly after a while. His strength cannot be simply described as formidable. Taoist Hua had formidable abilities, but he couldn't hold on for even a moment in that person's hands. If I hadn't acted quickly and used a secret technique to flee in advance, I'm afraid I wouldn't be standing here now. That person is definitely not just a mid-level foundation establishment cultivator. He's almost certainly a late-stage grand cultivator. Late-stage grand cultivator? I think Brother Lung is overly frightened and confused. Apart from Brother Wan here in the Inner Sea, Where else could there be other late-stage cultivators? Otherwise, the Star Palace would have come knocking on our door long ago, instead of being slowly eroded away by our alliance over such a long period, the elderly woman said sarcastically, showing no politeness. Lung's expression, naturally, turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. It's not necessarily the case. Actually, after seeing the image that Brother Lung copied for us, I felt somewhat familiar. After thinking it over these past few days, I think I already know who this person is. Sister Q should also know, Wan Tianming said with a slight smile. Oh, Brother Wan, could you please elaborate? The elderly woman asked, surprised. Do you still remember the news hundreds of years ago about the emergence of the void heaven cauldron? And the Alliance once issued an extermination order to chase down a cultivator named Han Li. Wan Tianming said leisurely. The void heaven cauldron? Han Li? Could it be the cultivator who breached the formation? Indeed, the two do look very similar. But this can't be possible. That person was only a core formation cultivator back then. The elderly woman responded quickly, somewhat realizing but shaking her head repeatedly, showing an expression of disbelief. No need to find it strange. Over 100 years ago, before the twin saints of Tianxing fell, I received confidential reports. This Han Li appeared near the Huangsha Gate as a nascent soul cultivator, and later, he used the Star Palace teleportation array to go on a trip to the outer sea. During this period, it seems that the two old fellows from the Star Palace tried to recruit him, but without success. Furthermore, I suspect that the strange disappearance of our alliance's Elder Mayo and other nascent soul elders may also have something to do with him, Wan Tianming said calmly, looking towards the formation without any haste in his speech. Elder Mayo and Elder Huang Kun from Liyang Island. Didn't they perish during a beast raid on Biling Island? The old woman exclaimed in surprise. That's just the official story. In reality, according to our Alliance members who escaped from Biling Island, on the day of the beast invasion, these two elders never returned to Biling Island. Instead, someone on Lei Kong Island, where Elder Mayo resided, saw someone resembling Han Li. On the day they were discovered, Elders Mayo and Huang Kun mysteriously disappeared, and their soul lamps in the Alliance headquarters extinguished on their own. The beast invasion of Biling Island happened shortly after that. Wan Tianming explained with a cold laugh. But even so, isn't it a bit far-fetched to conclude that Elders Mayo and Huang Kun died at his hands? The old woman hesitated, saying after a moment's thought, Indeed, our alliance has no concrete evidence to definitively say it was him. But if the person who broke into the formation recently is really Han Li and possesses the abilities of a grandmaster, then it's highly likely, Wan Tianming said, his eyes flashing coldly. If this person really has advanced to the later stage and also possesses the void sky cauldron, and given that Wan brother has just become a grandmaster himself, wouldn't that mean? The old man surnamed Long began to show a look of concern. Heck, now that I know who he is, how could I not have a countermeasure? Don't worry if he doesn't come, fine. If he does, leave him to me. I can't guarantee killing him, but I'm confident I can defeat him, Wan Tianming said lightly with a confident smile. The old woman and the old man, surnamed Long, exchanged glances and finally felt at ease. Given their understanding of this Grandmaster Wan, they believed his confidence was not unfounded. With your assurance, we can rest easy. Leave the ordinary disturbances and the core of the formation to us, Wan brother. But if the opponent plans to fight to the death, there will definitely be many high-level cultivators attacking the core. So I've specially invited some help to assist the two of you in defending it, Wan Tianming said with a strange expression. Help? Who is it? The old man surnamed Long asked in surprise. Wan Tianming didn't answer directly. Instead, he raised his hand, and a large fireball shot out from his sleeve, exploding brilliantly in the sky, radiating bright red flames. This eye-catching display naturally caught the attention of the surrounding cultivators. A commotion broke out, with everyone wondering what had happened above. Only a large boat in the distance responded to the signal with a charming voice. Brother, Wan brother has summoned us. It seems it's finally our time to act. Hiding here for so long has been quite stifling. For us cultivators, time is nothing. If Wan brother is letting us reveal ourselves now, it means the real battle has finally begun. This time, it won't be just minor skirmishes. We can finally fight to our heart's content, came a deep, masculine voice from the boat. Immediately, two dazzling white lights shot up from the cabin, swirling around before heading towards the top of the giant pillar. In a flash, two cultivators, a man and a woman, appeared in front of Wan Tianming and his companions. The man was burly with wild hair and fierce eyes, while the woman was petite with fair skin, her eyes full of seductive charm. The land demonic duo. The old man surnamed Long gasped in shock upon seeing them, and the old woman also turned pale. Oh, I didn't expect anyone in the Star Sea to still recognize us. My brother and I have been in seclusion on Magic Fiend Island for many years, the petite woman said with a seductive smile, her laughter causing her body to tremble alluringly. Weren't the land demonic duo killed by the twin saints of Tianxing? How can you still be alive? The old woman asked cautiously, her face showing signs of fear. Indeed, we were once nearly driven to despair by those two old geezers. But now, here we stand, alive and well, having narrowly escaped death. What, does this fellow cultivator have some grudge against us? The burly man said coldly, scanning the two with a murderous look, his voice echoing from his abdomen. The old woman instinctively took a step back, but then, realizing her mistake, angrily stepped forward again, her face flushed with shame. Seeing this, the burly man sneered, his face revealing a faint layer of blood and a murderous aura emanating from him. Enough, my opponent is here. Fellow Taoists, I've hidden you until now for this very battle. HMPH, the Star Palace planted spies among us, thinking I wouldn't notice. Let's see who falls into the trap now, Wan Tianming said coldly. The old woman and the old man, surnamed, Long turned their attention to the formation. Indeed, in the nearby blue-red glow, the power of wind and fire was in turmoil. A giant beast carriage pulled by 4 green dragons emerged, followed by a swarm of cultivators, numbering in the thousands, quickly occupying the surrounding sky. The cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance, long prepared, also rose into the air. In an instant, the two sides were at a standoff, with the giant wind-fire pillar at the center. The old woman and the old man, surnamed Long, forgot about the land demonic duo, focusing on the Star Palace cultivators, and especially on the 4 people in the beast carriage. Seeing one of them, the old man surnamed Long's heart went cold, his lips dry. Naturally, the person he saw was Han Li. At this moment, Han Li didn't glance at the old man. Instead, he focused on Wan Tianming, scrutinizing him. The land demonic duo. The man in the purple robe gasped in surprise, his reaction mirroring the old man surnamed Long's earlier. Han Li remained indifferent, but Ling Yuling and the old man surnamed Zhao were both shocked. Elder Ma, are you sure? Weren't the land demonic duo eliminated by my parents? Ling Yuling asked, shocked. How could I be mistaken? I personally accompanied the twin saints in the hunt for these two. Only after this battle did the 2 elders advance to the later stage. But it's strange, they should have long surpassed their lifespan. How are they still alive? Their cultivation seems unchanged, still at the mid-nascent soul stage, the man in the purple robe said, his face pale with fear and confusion. That's not surprising. There are several types of elixirs that can extend lifespan by 200 to 300 years. They might have had good fortune and consumed one of these, Han Li said casually, unconcerned about the land demonic duo. That must be it. But back in the day, their infamy was second only to the twin saints. The male was a bloodthirsty killer, causing massacres that wiped out entire islands, while the female practiced the notorious yin lady shaking yang art, capturing young male cultivators to absorb their energy for cultivation before brutally killing them. They were both mid-nascent soul stage and inseparable, capable of confronting grandmasters together. If not for the twin saints' risky intervention, they would still be at large today. The old man surnamed Zhao explained grimly. I see, so they were prepared. Even if I handle Wan Tianming with these 2, you can't guarantee victory, Han Li said, unfazed. Indeed, I brought as many elders as possible, hopping for an overwhelming force, but with the land demonic duo here, we can only hope to avoid defeat, Ling Yuling said, her face grim. Han Li smiled slightly, but said nothing. Just then, Wan Tianming slowly flew over from the giant pillar. Han Li's eyes flashed as he coldly watched the approaching figure. It was indeed Wan Tianming. Taoist Han, I didn't expect to see you advance so much since our encounter in the Void Sky Palace. If I'm not mistaken, you aren't from the Star Sea. Why involve yourself in this conflict between our alliance and the Star Palace? Whatever Ling Yuling has promised, I can double it. You need do nothing, just refrain from intervening, Wan Tianming said with a smile as he reached the middle of the two opposing forces. Han Li was taken aback by the offer, while Ling Yuling and her companions turned pale with shock. Chapter 1209, The Battle of the Star Palace, Part 10. Double the reward. Wan Daoyu, you are indeed generous. Han Li laughed, a mocking expression appearing on his face. What Daoyu thinks it's not enough? Wan Tianming asked, remaining calm. It's enough, more than enough. Unfortunately, this time I'm acting on a promise I made years ago, and I have no habit of breaking my word. However, if Wan Daoyu can retreat peacefully this time, I might consider your offer in the future, Han Li replied lazily, clearly in a teasing tone. Both sides, the Anti-Star Alliance and the Star Palace cultivators, were stunned by this exchange. Wan Tianming's smile finally disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. Since Daoyu has made up his mind, I have no choice but to spar with you. However, if we fight here, it will affect the nearby juniors. Why don't we find a more suitable place to duel? Wan Tianming's voice turned cold. Very well, that suits me perfectly, Han Li agreed without hesitation. Wan Tianming was taken aback, but quickly performed a hand gesture, transforming into a purple rainbow and flying away from Tianxing City. Han Li glanced at Ling Yuling and the others, nodded with a smile, and also transformed into a green rainbow, pursuing him. In no time, the two late-stage cultivators vanished from sight. Seeing this, Ling Yuling and the old man surnamed Zhao exchanged worried glances. Wan Tianming seemed to have anticipated Han Li's presence and invited him to duel. Could there be a trap? But Han Li followed without hesitation, making it difficult for them to voice their concerns, fearing it would affect their morale. Since Wan Daoyu has left, we shouldn't idle either. Let me test your abilities. I haven't slain a nascent soul cultivator in hundreds of years, said the burly man from the land demonic duo, licking his lips with a blood-red tongue and laughing sinisterly. He performed a hand gesture, spat out a white bone ring, and a large amount of blood mist emerged from his body, forming a blood sea. Ghostly wails filled the air as it swept towards the Star Palace cultivators. The petite woman next to him also laughed seductively, releasing a pink mist from her sleeves, which exuded a fragrant scent that made those who inhaled it feel dizzy and disoriented. The old man surnamed Long and the old woman exchanged glances and attacked. The old man spat out a golden orb, while the old woman unleashed 13 green flying knives. The nascent soul cultivators of the Anti-Star Alliance did not dare to be careless and also unleashed their spells and magical artifacts. The combined powers of both sides clashed in a brilliant display of light and demonic energy, resulting in a stalemate. Seeing this, the mid- and low-level cultivators from both sides let out a battle cry, launching their attacks and joining the fray. They wisely avoided the area where the nascent soul cultivators fought, spreading out to engage in a chaotic battle. For miles around, explosions, shouts, and the sounds of clashing artifacts filled the air, with no clear winner in sight. Meanwhile, After flying nearly 1,000 miles, Han Li and Wan Tianming stopped over the sea. Han Li emerged from his green light, arms crossed, showing no expression. With his powerful spiritual sense, he confirmed there were no hidden cultivators or traps in the area. Seeing Wan Tianming's calm demeanor, Han Li found it amusing. It seemed both were confident about this duel. Here is secluded enough. It will serve as a suitable resting place for you, Wan Tianming said coldly after surveying the surroundings. A resting place for me, Han Li chuckled. What does day you think I'm boasting? Wan Tianming snorted. No, I just think perhaps you've been cultivating too fast, affecting your mind, Han Li replied, smiling faintly. You'll find out soon enough if I'm boasting. But first, I'd like to introduce you to two individuals, Wan Tianming said ominously. Introduce someone. Do you take me for a fool? If there's anyone else here, I'll give you my head, Han Li retorted. Wan Tianming squinted, but then calmly continued, indeed, my mistake. They are no longer considered people. He didn't wait for Han Li to respond, instead tossing a black leather bag into the air and performing an incantation. Black mist poured from the bag, revealing two shadowy figures that floated like ghosts. Refined corpses. Han Li immediately recognized the thick corpse energy, his brow furrowing. Wan Tianming smirked, intensifying his incantation. The two figures raised their arms, absorbing the surrounding corpse energy like misty pythons, revealing their true forms. Han Li remained calm, unfamiliar with the two refined corpses. One was a tall, sinister-looking man with unusually long arms and large hands that resembled white jade. The other was a woman with a long face and deep-set eyes, with 3 small swords embedded in her shoulder. Seeing Han Li's indifferent reaction, Wan Tianming's eyes flashed with malice. Taking a deep breath, Wan Tianming's body emitted cracking sounds, growing several inches taller. He spat out a purple mist that enveloped him, forming a large cloud. The cloud changed colors rapidly, and Han Li's eyes flashed with amusement. He summoned a tricolored light and the 8-spirit ruler. Despite his calm exterior, Han Li decided to go all out from the start. He planned to trap Wan Tianming with the 8-spirit ruler and then strike with the 3-flame fan. Just as he prepared to act, the cloud emitted a terrifying demonic energy, turning gray and cold. Han Li's eyes narrowed. Wan Tianming is the leader of the righteous Wanfa sect. How could he practice demonic arts? This demonic energy feels familiar, akin to ancient demonic energy. As Han Li pondered, a wild laugh came from the cloud, and a figure emerged. 6 demonic shadows appeared behind Wan Tianming, each more terrifying than the last, resembling real demons. 6 Extreme's true demon art. Han Li exclaimed in shock, recognizing the sinister technique. Oh, you recognize my art. Not entirely ignorant, the figure mocked, exuding arrogance. Though dressed as Wan Tianming, the figure's appearance had completely changed. Seeing this new face, Han Li was left utterly stunned. Han Li's gaze shifted, landing on the face of the tall corpse, and then he turned to look at the person wearing Wan Tianming's attire, exhaling deeply. Apart from some differences in physique, this person and the corpse had identical faces. Should I call you Master Wan, or Six Paths Supreme Saint? Han Li's eyes flickered, and his expression became serious. You've guessed who I am. Wan Tianming snorted coldly, and as he moved, the 6 demonic shadows behind him trembled. As far as I know, the only person who has mastered the 6 extreme true demon art, the #1 demonic art in the chaotic star sea, and reached such a level, is the legendary 6 Paths fellow Taoist. It seems that you were fortunate enough to survive back then. But what I don't understand is, did you possess Wan Tianming's body, or did you simply transform yourself into Wan Tianming? And who is this corpse that looks so much like you? Is it a clone you've cultivated, or did you refine your own body into a demonic corpse? Han Li asked slowly, his expression returning to normal. Heh, does a man about to die need to know such things? 6 Paths Supreme Saint laughed sinisterly, suddenly shaking his shoulders. 2 of the 6 shadows behind him shot out and merged into the 2 corpses in front of him. The male and female corpses trembled and opened their eyes, which were full of green light. But it didn't stop there. A profound and obscure incantation came from 6 Paths Supreme Saint's mouth, and gray-white demonic energy emerged from the bodies of the 2 somewhat shriveled demonic corpses, enveloping them. The 2 corpses let out piercing screams, and their bodies began to grow rapidly. In an instant, amidst their painful moans, they transformed into 2 giant demonic beings, each 4 or 5 zhang tall. One was covered in coin-sized, pitch-black scales, with a pair of sharp horns on its head and a green tail swaying gently behind it. The other was full of blood-red, eerie bone spikes, with silvery hands and feet that looked like they were made of silver, and a triangular, ferocious head with 4 green eyes that sent chills down one's spine. The transformed corpses clearly resembled the demonic shadows that had entered their bodies, but what had been intangible shadows had now turned into real demons, which was truly astonishing. Han Li, after his initial surprise, felt a chill in his heart. When the 6 extreme true demon art is cultivated to its peak, it can summon the true essence of holy demons. In terms of power, it can rival a nascent soul cultivator. However, no one in the human world has ever truly reached this highest level. But even so, the 2 demons I've summoned now have the abilities of late nascent soul cultivators. Do you still think you can survive, Han Taoist, against the 3 of us? 6 Paths Supreme Saint laughed wildly. With a thought, the 2 demons, which had been floating in front of him, suddenly vanished. Immediately, space rippled on either side of Han Li, and the 2 demons emerged from the void. The horned demon's tail moved, and a green light shot towards Han Li's chest at lightning speed. The other demon with spikes squatted down, and with a tremor, a rain of blood-red spikes shot out, covering Han Li. At such close range, and with such a powerful attack, it was impossible to avoid. It seemed that the Six Paths Supreme Saint had the same intention as Han Li, to kill his opponent with a single strike. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face, confident that under the flawless joint attack of the two demons, even if Han Li survived by chance, he would not be unscathed. But in the next moment, the old demon's expression froze. Just as the green light was about to pierce Han Li's chest, and the blood spikes were about to puncture his body, Han Li's blue-white wings fluttered slightly, and a fierce wind arose. Han Li's figure disappeared with the wind. The green light and blood spikes hit nothing but air. The Six Paths Supreme Saint was secretly shocked, his eyes flashing as he hurriedly searched around. But before he could release his divine sense to cover the area, a blue arc flashed above the horned demon's head, and a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Han Li, who had used the teleportation technique to get there. Without a word, he raised his hand, and a blue wooden ruler appeared, which he lightly waved downwards. A silver lotus, about a foot in size, appeared at the demon's feet. As the lotus rotated, 7-colored Buddha light surged out from its center. The horned demon felt its body tighten, unable to move, and its demonic energy solidified. Han Li, expressionless, raised his other hand, and a ball of 3-colored flames appeared, exuding a terrifying pressure. The other demon, finally noticing Han Li, let out a long howl, and the blood spikes that were hovering around turned and shot towards Han Li again, this time even faster. In a flash, countless spikes were near Han Li. Han Li showed no sign of panic, glancing casually at the blood spikes. A silver shield suddenly appeared in the empty space, turning into a thick silver barrier that enveloped him. Instantly, the blood spikes crashed into the silver barrier. Blood-red bursts exploded on the barrier, making a pitter-patter sound like raindrops hitting banana leaves. The barrier first rippled, then began to shake violently, showing signs of breaking. The power of these blood spikes far exceeded expectations, each one as strong as a top-grade magic weapon. Even the Yuan gang shield couldn't repel them. Han Li's expression changed, and he muttered an incantation. A golden bead, the size of a thumb, appeared between his eyebrows, then flashed into a golden shield. It was the Vajra shield that Han Li had been refining in his body for years. Its toughness far surpassed that of the Yuan gang shield. So when the silver barrier finally gave way, and the remaining spikes hit the golden shield, they made a scraping sound like metal on metal. The shield's golden light flashed continuously, blocking all the spikes. Meanwhile, a phoenix cry came from the 3-colored flames in Han Li's hand, and a 3-colored firebird emerged, spreading its wings and diving down. Its target was the immobilized horned demon below. Though unable to move, the demon's face flashed fiercely, and it opened its mouth, spraying a white wave upwards to meet the firebird. A thunderous boom followed as the white wave and 3-colored flames collided. Despite being a strange, innate ability of the demon, The wave's power was greatly reduced due to its immobilized state, and it couldn't match the Firebird. After a moment's struggle, the Firebird exploded. A three-colored halo emerged, rolling down and swallowing the white wave. In an instant, the area below was engulfed in the halo, and the demon turned to ashes. All this seemed slow, but happened within a few breaths. The distant 6 Paths Supreme Saint's face changed dramatically. He never expected that his 2 demons would fail to kill Han Li, and that one would be destroyed so quickly. Realizing Han Li was no ordinary cultivator, he was both shocked and furious, not daring to be careless. He quickly urged his divine sense and spat out a black light. The black light turned into black gas and disappeared into the void. The spiked demon nearby also roared, and its 4 eyes flashed. Its body blurred and vanished. The next moment, behind Han Li, space rippled and 2 silver arms reached out. With a crack, the arms doubled in size, one turning into claws aiming for Han Li's head, the other into a silver fist striking his back. At the same time, a black 8-pointed hammer appeared above Han Li, emanating a terrifying demonic aura, and smashed down. This was clearly a rare demonic artifact. Yet the old demon didn't stop. The remaining 4 demon shadows behind him opened their eyes and turned into 4 black lights shooting towards Han Li. Having just destroyed a demon, Han Li was once again under attack from the old demon and the remaining demon. Han Li sighed softly. Without any apparent spellcasting, a silver shadow appeared behind him, matching the silver fists with its own. With 2 thunderous booms, the silver shadow remained unmoved, while the demon was thrown back. At the same time, a green cauldron spun out from Han Li's head, and its lid opened. A cloud of green threads shot out, blocking the descending 8-pointed hammer, preventing it from moving further. Chapter 12:11, The Battle of the Star Palace, Part 12. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared on the pitch-black 8-pointed hammer, exuding a sinister chill. Though its power was unknown, it was clear at a glance that this flame was no ordinary demonic fire. However, the hammer, entangled by the blue threads spewed from the void heaven cauldron, showed no power and was firmly trapped in midair. No matter how fiercely the blue flame burned, the threads remained unscathed, seemingly unaffected by the fire. Han Li paid no attention to the changes above his head. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the 4 black rays shooting towards him. Saint demons, Han Li muttered softly, almost inaudibly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeve. Immediately, several thunderous booms erupted unexpectedly, and 4 massive golden arcs, as thick as a baby's arm, shot out from his sleeve. In a flash, they accurately struck the 4 black rays that had just reached him. With a series of explosive booms, the 4 blinding golden lights burst open, engulfing the black rays. The shadowy figures formed by these demonic apparitions seemed to meet their nemesis, dissolving rapidly like snow in the spring sun within the golden light. Han Li barely exerted any effort. At the same time, the green humanoid figure behind Han Li raised a hand, and a small crimson bow appeared in its grasp. With a slight pull, countless fiery arrows shot out amidst a booming sound, raining down on the demonic creature opposite. The demonic creature, covered in bone spikes, had just regained its footing. Seeing the torrent of fiery arrows coming its way, it showed no fear. Instead, it let out a loud roar, causing the bone spikes on its body to glow faintly with blood light, which then rapidly intensified into a blood-red shield enveloping its body. As the fiery arrows bombarded the blood-red shield, they exploded one after another, engulfing the demon in crimson flames with deafening roars. Within the flames, the demon remained unharmed, calmly breathing in and waving its silver arm to part the flames outside the shield. But suddenly, a faint thunderclap sounded from the opposite side. The demon was startled to find an emerald green arrow, crackling with golden arcs, right before its eyes. Without knowing what was peculiar about this arrow, the demon instinctively shifted to dodge it. What the demon failed to notice was the jet-black, crystalline flying knife emerging silently from the void above, slicing down precisely onto the demon's head as it moved to the side. The demon remained oblivious. As the fiery arrows ceased, the demon barely dodged the green arrow, but a black light swiftly circled its neck, severing its triangular head, which rolled away. The blood-red shield was utterly ineffective against the black light. It was no wonder. The demon marrow flying knife was refined from demon marrow drills, condensed from countless years of pure demonic energy. How could a shield of the same demonic energy withstand it? To the flying knife, the blood-red shield might as well not exist. Guided by Han Li's second nascent soul, the humanoid puppet immediately moved towards the fallen corpse. Opening its mouth, it released a black mist, which enveloped the corpse and extracted a dim demonic shadow from it. The shadow, now feeble and on the verge of dissipating, was sucked into the puppet's mouth, absorbed by the second nascent soul hidden within. This pure demonic energy was quite a supplement for the second nascent soul, cultivating the extreme yin great art. With the demonic shadow absorbed, the headless corpse crumbled to dust, blown away by a gentle breeze. The humanoid puppet then returned to Han Li's side, standing with hands clasped behind its back. From a distance, it appeared as if two Han Lis stood side by side, except for their different attire. Meanwhile, Han Li, playing with the three-flame fan, calmly looked ahead. I have already witnessed Brother Six Paths' 6 extreme true demon art. Are there any other secret arts or techniques to show? If not, I'll send you on your way, Han Li said calmly. In the distance, Six Paths' Supreme Saint's face turned pale, eyes filled with disbelief. Two late nascent soul-level demonic creatures, which he considered his trump cards, had been effortlessly destroyed. It was simply unbelievable. Moreover, the treasures Han Li used, the three-colored fan, the green cauldron, the green wooden ruler, were all astonishingly powerful. Apart from the small cauldron, which might be the rumored void heaven cauldron, he had no clue about the others. Han Li's mysterious avatar technique alone could slay a demonic creature, yet he couldn't discern its nature. A chill settled in the old demon's heart. How could this be? Han Li had advanced to the late stage only 100 years ago. How could he possess such incredible secret arts and so many powerful treasures? Although he had never seen a divine transformation cultivator, Han Li's exhibited abilities seemed almost comparable. Now hearing Han Li's words, the old demon felt a chill down his spine. His pupils contracted as he suddenly spat out a black cloth. The cloth swiftly transformed into a black wind, enveloping him. Amidst sharp howling sounds, the wind surged, carrying the old demon backward. The black wind seemed vague and incredibly fast, leaving a trail of afterimages as it moved. Every time the wind seemed to settle in one place, it bizarrely appeared farther away, leaving another black wind behind. In this manner, several simultaneous black winds appeared in the distant sky, moving at an incredible speed. Within moments, they were over 100 zhang away, a speed that would leave an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator in awe. But Han Li was no ordinary late-stage cultivator. Seeing this, he wore a peculiar expression. He's actually escaping. This life-bound treasure is indeed perfect for fleeing. If it were before, it might have been troublesome. But now, HMPH. Taking a deep breath, Han Li's thunderstorm wings flapped, and thunder roared. Blue and white arcs of electricity appeared on his wings, forming into spheres that floated in the surrounding space, moving erratically. With a slight spread of his wings, Han Li's figure hovered in midair, tilting slightly. Taking a distant glance at the blurred black shadow of the old demon, Han Li snorted coldly and flapped his wings powerfully. A gust of wind arose, causing the blue and white thunder spheres to collide. With a booming sound, the arcs exploded, caught in the wind, and were drawn into Han Li's wings. A layer of electric cover enveloped the thunderstorm wings. Flapping them a few more times, Han Li shot forward like an arrow, disappearing in a flash, transforming into a blue-white arc. Within a breath, the arc reappeared dozens of zhang away, pausing briefly before shooting forward again, moving faster than the old demon's black wind. In a few blinks, the arc caught up to the black wind, only a dozen zhang behind. Amidst the arc, Han Li clearly saw the old demon's terrified face in the black wind. With a final flap, the arc flashed, appearing before the black wind. As the electric light faded, Han Li materialized, blocking the old demon's path. The black wind paused momentarily before changing direction to escape. But Han Li coldly snorted, forming hand seals. With a crackling sound, his body grew several inches, muscles bulging as he transformed into a burly figure, radiating a faint golden sheen that quickly faded. This was the transformation from the third level of the Bright King art. In a split second, Han Li's hands were enveloped in a purple glow, forming a purple blade. With a strange flutter of his wings, Han Li shot forward. As he moved, his body twisted bizarrely, his wings vibrating at an unbelievable frequency, causing the surrounding space to ripple as he vanished. Seeing this, the old demon knew he was in trouble. He gathered his strength, the black wind around him surging and doubling in size, and summoned a crimson shield in front of him. As he prepared to activate the shield, a white thread shot out from the void above him, vanishing again in a blur. This time, a scream erupted from the black wind. The crimson shield fell, severed arms still attached, covered in purple ice. The severed arm, smooth and bloodless, was a clean cut. At this moment, the old demon finally saw clearly that the black wind surrounding him had been sliced open at some point, forming a thin, long slit. The slit was precisely at the direction of his previously severed arm, and he hadn't noticed it beforehand. Naturally, the old demon was both shocked and furious. His remaining arm quickly pointed at the falling fiery red shield. The shield jumped up and instantly transformed into a layer of fiery red light, covering him completely. Simultaneously, he released his divine sense, his eyes anxiously searching for Han Li's whereabouts. At that moment, a white thread shot out from the void 10 feet behind the old demon. After a brief hover, it transformed into a human figure. It was Han Li himself. Han Li glanced up and down at himself, his wings gently flapping behind him, and a purple light blade in his hand. The Gale 9 transformations technique is quite powerful, but it puts too much strain on the body. Even with my third-level Ming Wang art, I feel exhausted after just one use, Han Li muttered to himself in a low voice. This is natural. This technique was originally created for avian demon cultivators. Although you have the wind thunder wings, you can't fully utilize the technique. Forcing it puts a greater burden on your body than it does on regular avian demons. With your third-level Ming Wang art, you can only use it 2 or 3 times. Any more, and your body would collapse. To use it freely, you need to advance another level in the Ming Wang art, came a casual voice in Han Li's ear. I see. When I practiced in the secret chamber, I didn't realize the technique would be so taxing over long distances, Han Li sighed, dispersing the purple light blade with a wave of his hand. The old demon, having spotted Han Li, didn't hear the voice from the sky-blue beast's transformation and thought Han Li was merely talking to himself. Thus, his eyes flashed with suspicion as he suddenly slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist. With a flash of black light, a 2-headed black serpent appeared. Though only 3 feet long, its triangular heads and the green gas it emitted clearly indicated its venomous nature. The 6-headed saintly hand then spat out a small white flag wrapped in black light. Under the old demon's incantation, it expanded into a large white bone banner, which made Han Li's eyes widen. The banner was entirely crafted from human bones, with eerie gray-white runes and 3 different-sized skulls at the top, which laughed sinisterly, making one's blood churn. With a low shout, the old demon pressed his palm on the bone banner. The skulls emitted black mists that swallowed his severed arm, causing the skulls to grow larger and glow with blood-red light. Seeing this, the old demon felt somewhat relieved, knowing that escaping from Han Li's speed was futile. He decided to fight to the death, revealing his trump card. Han Li, frowning at the bone banner, did not underestimate it due to its intense, sinister aura. At that moment, the sky-blue beast's voice came in astonishment. "Three gods' bone banner. I didn't expect your world to have someone capable of crafting this evil artifact. Incredible." "Sky-blue beast, do you recognize it?" Han Li asked. "In our spirit world, it's one of the 7 great evil artifacts. However, this one seems to be a mere imitation with only a fraction of the true banner's power. Still, it's made through extremely bloody means, and most who craft it meet gruesome ends. This one must have sacrificed many cultivators," the sky-blue beast replied, its tone both admiring and fearful. "No wonder. He truly is the #1 demon cultivator in the Starry Sea, willing to do anything. Let's test this artifact's power," Han Li said, raising a black jade bottle. From it, he released 5 skeletons, the 5 sons of the heart demons, which immediately attacked the bone banner. Recognizing the 5 sons of the heart demons, the old demon's face paled, thinking Han Li was as ruthless as himself. Forced to fight, the old demon chanted, and the bone banner trembled, releasing numerous skulls that formed a black dragon, which clashed with the green flames from the 5 demons. Despite the old demon's efforts, the 5 sons quickly gained the upper hand. In desperation, he sacrificed his essence blood, which temporarily balanced the fight. Han Li watched with a cold smile, knowing the old demon was outmatched. As the old demon focused on the battle, Han Li and his doppelganger launched a surprise attack, with Han Li disappearing in a flash of green light. The old demon sensed danger too late, as Han Li's flying knife pierced through his defenses, forcing him into a desperate retreat, his twin-headed serpent screaming in warning. With the situation growing dire, the old demon split into 2 shadows, trying to escape the inevitable clash with Han Li. Here is the translation of the passage into English. Chapter 12, 13 Battle of the Star Palace, Part 14. At this moment, the twin-headed serpent released by the 6 supreme demons, for some unknown reason, received an order from the elder demon. With a swift movement, both heads simultaneously sprayed downwards, emitting a dark ink-like liquid that transformed into rolling poisonous mist, enveloping everything within a dozen yards. With a loud boom, the black light clashed with flying knives, erupting into a dazzling black brilliance. The black light, whatever treasure it might have been, unexpectedly exploded, forcefully blocking the flying demon blade. As the silver light flashed, the humanoid puppet eerily appeared where the elder demon had originally stood. The poisonous mist surged without mercy, immediately engulfing it. The black serpent, its 2 heads shaking, was about to attack the puppet directly. But in the next moment, Without any warning signs, a silver lotus appeared above the serpent's head. Though small in size, its center radiated seven-colored Buddha light. The black serpent was instantly enveloped by the Buddha light, freezing its movements completely. Only its fierce green eyes continued to rotate. Without delay, with a poo-poo sound, two slender silver threads cleverly shot out from the green mist, swiftly encircling each head of the serpent. The two serpent heads immediately fell off, rolling down with a clatter. The green mist churned, and the humanoid puppet leisurely flew out from it, completely unscathed. Speaking of which, this black serpent was also quite extraordinary. Even though the venom it sprayed couldn't compare to the 10 extreme poisons of the cultivation world, it wasn't far off. A mere touch would almost certainly result in the immediate death of an ordinary cultivator. However, its deadliest aspect lay elsewhere. It could bypass most types of elemental shields, infiltrating them unnoticed by the shield's owner. If caught off guard, even a Yuanying stage cultivator could perish from this poison. If not for this, the elder demon wouldn't have kept this serpent as a spiritual beast. But unfortunately, the humanoid puppet was not flesh and blood, so no matter how insidious the poison was, it simply couldn't affect it. Instead, it allowed the serpent to easily lose its life. One of the two virtual figures was connected to the mind of the black serpent. At the moment of its death, it sensed it, a trace of fear flickering in its eyes. However, it fled wildly without looking back, just suddenly pointing towards a bone flag far away. Immediately, the bone flag trembled slightly, emitting a dazzling black light, as if about to soar into the sky. Just at this moment, a flash of blue electric arc suddenly appeared in the sky of the virtual image, and a figure emerged from the electric light. It was Han Li himself. His blue eyes glanced down, and with a single wave of his hand, thunder roared loudly. A golden electric net surged forward, while his other hand flipped over, summoning a small green cauldron that appeared out of nowhere, countless green threads shooting out first. Although the elder demon's shadow transformation technique was extremely mysterious, Han Li was able to distinguish the subtle differences instantly under his clear spiritual perception, identifying the real from the fake. The 6 virtual shadows transformed by the 6 supreme demons were greatly shocked, their shoulders trembling violently. 6 demon shadows appeared behind them, shooting upwards. However, the shadows this time were obviously much dimmer than before, still half blurry. Immediately following this, the elder demon flicked his sleeve, and a blue jade umbrella shot out, appearing above his head. After a quick expansion, this treasure increased in size several times over, completely shielding the elder demon below. With a poo-poo sound, the 6 demon shadows collided with the green threads in midair, causing the threads to hesitate slightly without immediately piercing through. But when the subsequent golden arcs came crashing down, the demon shadows were immediately obliterated within the golden light, utterly powerless to resist. Following the interweaving of golden arcs and green threads, a fierce flash struck the giant umbrella. Whatever treasure this umbrella was, under its dazzling light, it remained unharmed in midair, preventing both attacks from descending a single inch. Upon seeing this scene in the air, Han Li's expression darkened. With a sudden grasp of his hand into the void, a golden long sword appeared strangely in his hand. Immediately, his wings on his back fluttered, transforming into white threads shooting downward. However, halfway through, they vanished without a trace. The elder demon below immediately sensed the danger and attempted to flee. Yet before he could make any move, a golden light flashed on the surface of the jade umbrella. With a Xyla sound, the umbrella was suddenly split open from the middle. "Ah!" the elder demon exclaimed in shock, and immediately black light surged all around him. But before he could react, space fluctuated in front of him, and the white threads strangely shot out, encircling the elder demon like lightning. With a poo sound, this sixth supreme demon finally had no escape, feeling a chill at his back as a palm with flickering purple flames pierced through his body, breaking through his protective demonic energy from behind. Even the magical armor he wore close to his body was unable to block this strange palm half an inch. In extreme pain, the elder demon heard a faint sigh from behind him and saw the palm inserted into his chest, purple flames surging. Immediately, a layer of purple ice spread out in all directions, enveloping most of his body in an instant. It seemed like the elder demon would be completely frozen in it. The face of the elder demon, covered by the purple ice, twisted instantly, suddenly gritting his teeth. But before he could act, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated. White threads shot out strangely, swirling around the elder demon like lightning. With a poo sound, this supreme demon of the six paths finally had no way to avoid it. He felt a chill on his back as a hand with flickering purple flames broke through his protective demonic energy from behind and pierced through. Even the magical armor he wore close to his body couldn't resist this strange palm. In extreme pain, the elder demon only heard a faint sigh from behind, then saw the hand with purple flames erupting from his chest. Immediately, a layer of purple ice spread out in all directions, quickly enveloping most of his body, seemingly about to completely freeze the elder demon within. The elder demon's face, covered by the purple ice, twisted instantly, suddenly gritting his teeth. A muffled sound came, and before the lower half of the elder demon's body could be completely frozen, it unexpectedly burst open at this moment. A rain of blood poured down out of nowhere. After a flash of bloodlight, it turned into eerie blood flames, rushing straight towards Han Li. Almost simultaneously, a ball of green light shot out from the remains, appearing more than 30 yards away in an instant. Within the green light was a pitch-black baby, tightly holding onto a green jade bottle. It was the elder demon's true elemental infant. Han Li flicked his sleeve, and a large amount of purple cold flames surged out, instantly extinguishing those demonic fires. However, he didn't immediately chase after the elder demon's elemental infant. Instead, he stood still, looking unusually calm as he watched the elder demon's elemental infant flee in panic. After teleporting several times, the elemental infant looked back when it was more than 100 yards away and was stunned to find Han Li standing motionless where he had been. It hesitated for a moment. Just then, a light flashed above the elemental infant's head. A black flying knife mysteriously appeared in the void and silently descended. It wasn't until the flying knife landed on top of its head that the elemental infant suddenly realized. But it was too late. After a black light flashed, the elder demon's elemental infant was abruptly cut into 2 pieces. Following that, silver light shone brightly, and another Han Li calmly appeared nearby in midair. As it turned out, after dealing with the twin-headed black serpent, the humanoid puppet had already arrived nearby. Guided by Han Li, it just happened to intercept the elder demon's elemental infant. However, what happened next was bizarre. After being cut into 2 halves, instead of dissipating, the elemental infant's halves suddenly emitted rolling black chi, which instantly turned into 6 black threads shooting out in all directions. The humanoid puppet was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted with lightning speed. There was a loud thunderclap, and over a dozen slender golden arcs shot out rapidly. After a flash, they converged on the black threads. After several dull, thunderous roars, clusters of golden light burst open. Those black threads were completely powerless to resist and turned into nothingness. Thus, the first demon cultivator who had dominated the Chaos Star Sea for hundreds of years was truly annihilated, body and spirit. The humanoid puppet glanced indifferently at the place where the explosion occurred, confirming that there were indeed no remnants escaping, then immediately reached out into the void where the solitary green bottle was suspended, grabbing it into its hand. Without opening the bottle, it flew expressionlessly towards Han Li. Speaking of which, this elder demon was really unlucky. Originally, his technique of transforming his elemental infant into a soul was extremely rare. If an ordinary cultivator had been caught off guard, there might have been a chance for a trace of his soul to escape, perhaps allowing him to make a comeback. But unfortunately for the elder demon, Han Li had encountered a similar technique used by an elemental infant cultivator during his time at the Mulan Prairie. Therefore, he had already thought about countermeasures. Without hesitation, the humanoid puppet borrowed the banishing devil thunder from the golden thunder bamboo arrow and instantly annihilated all the elder demon's remnants. Otherwise, a moment's hesitation would have caused trouble. After all, once these remnants hid, they would have been extremely difficult to track down. The humanoid puppet flew to Han Li's side and threw the green bottle over. Han Li caught it and looked down, showing a hint of interest on his face. But before he could open the bottle, a sudden wail echoed in the distance. Han Li's eyes flickered, looking towards the direction of the 5 devils of unity. He saw that the bone flag, now lacking the elder demon's control, had significantly reduced in power, once again falling into the hands of the 5 devils. However, with 3 skull heads on the flag, it was evident that they were not ordinary cultivators during their lifetime. Despite clearly being no match for the 5 devils, their eyes were still raging with fury. Seeing this scene, Hanli frowned slightly. He immediately moved a finger and activated the 5 devils formation. The 3 skulls were in even worse condition. As soon as the black gas they emitted came into contact with the 5-colored flames, it slowed down and was swiftly swept away by the rolling flames. Seeing the 5-colored flames gradually approaching, the 3 skulls, despite continuously spewing black gas, finally showed some fear and began to wail. Witnessing this, the 5 Sons unified demon let out a chilling laugh. Suddenly, the cold flames from its mouth stopped, and its body transformed into 5 wisps of gray-white gas that charged into the sea of flames. In the next moment, when the 5-colored flames reached the top of the bone banner, near the 3 skulls, the 5 wisps of gray-white gas shot out from the sea of flames, quickly transforming back into 5 large, ferocious ghost heads. They seemed extremely excited, and without using any supernatural powers, pounced on the skulls. A loud crunching sound followed. The 5 ghost heads viciously opened their mouths wide and bit into the 3 white bone skulls. The 3 skulls naturally refused to be devoured without a fight and opened their mouths wide to bite back at the 5 demons. A chaotic scene of screeching and roaring ensued as the 5 ghost heads and the 3 skulls fiercely bit into each other. Due to emitting too much black gas earlier, the 3 skulls seemed to have exhausted their vitality. Facing a battle of 3 against 5, they were naturally at a disadvantage. In no time, 2 of the 3 skulls were bitten by 4 of the ghost heads, each gnawed at fiercely. The remaining skull, under the pressure of the last ghost head, could only defend itself. Seeing this, Hanli smiled faintly, revealing a satisfied expression. At the same time, a soft sigh came from the small cauldron in his hand. "What's the matter, Tian Lan Taoist? Do you have any advice regarding my 5-colored cold flames?" Hanli's eyes flickered as he asked. "It's not advice. Your 5-colored cold flames remind me of certain 5-element techniques in the spirit world. When these techniques are used, they also exhibit 5 colors, similar to your cold flames. However, your flames are extremely cold. If an unsuspecting opponent mistakes them for a 5-element technique, they might suffer a significant loss." A flash of blue light appeared, and a boy in a green robe with rosy cheeks and white teeth appeared on the lid of the cauldron. He was barefoot, his white, chubby feet exposed, and he spoke leisurely while glancing at the 5 demons in the distance. 5-element techniques. Hanli was taken aback. "That's right. When I arrived in your mortal world, I noticed that your techniques rarely involve multiple attributes. Most are single-attribute techniques. If this continues, even if someone manages to ascend to the spirit world, they might not hope to advance to the void refining stage," the boy sneered. What do you mean by that, Tian Lan Taoist? Hanli asked cautiously, his heart tightening. It's nothing. It's a bit early to discuss the void refining stage with you. However, I can give you a hint. The key to advancing to the void refining stage is the integration of the 5 elements. If you manage to advance to the nascent soul stage, it would be best to switch your primary cultivation technique to one involving multiple attributes. If that's not possible, you can also cultivate a special attribute technique like wind or thunder to barely make up for it. This will increase your chances of breaking through to the void refining stage. Of course, such multi-attribute techniques are much more difficult to cultivate than ordinary ones, and the progress of your magical power will be much slower than that of single-attribute techniques. If you have no hope of breaking through to the void refining stage, it's better to stick to single-attribute techniques to increase your magical power faster, making it easier to survive the minor heavenly tribulations that occur every 300 years. The boy spoke nonchalantly. Hanli was stunned, and after a moment, he asked in surprise, integration of the 5 elements. That's quite troublesome. My Azure Origin Sword Art is a single wood attribute technique. Cultivating wind and thunder attribute techniques is understandable since variant attributes are originally formed from multiple attributes. But to cultivate techniques of other attributes, shouldn't one possess the corresponding attribute spiritual roots? Does that mean that heavenly spiritual root cultivators in your spirit world are actually considered mediocre? What exactly is a minor heavenly tribulation? Do humans in the spirit world also undergo lightning tribulations like your demon cultivators? The boy chuckled and said, I didn't expect a casual remark to lead to so many questions from you. Since that's the case, I'll explain a bit. Heavenly spiritual roots are rare in our spirit world and are not considered mediocre. Various major sects and factions are still eager to recruit such disciples. After all, single attribute root cultivators only face the issue of integrating the 5 elements when they reach the void refining stage. Before that, they are undoubtedly much stronger than ordinary root cultivators. In our spirit world, void refining stage cultivators are typically the heads of sects or regional overlords. When those with heavenly spiritual roots reach the stage of breaking through to the void refining stage, most will either cultivate or switch to multi-attribute techniques. As for the issue of spiritual roots, it's easily solved. In our spirit world, a method was developed long ago to replace missing spiritual roots with specially refined beast cores. These artificial roots, called pill roots, are slightly inferior to real roots, but are still effective for cultivating techniques of other attributes. However, pill roots are only useful for cultivators who already possess some other spiritual roots. Ordinary people can't refine them. In the past, there was another method called artifact roots, which involved using certain magical treasures to replace spiritual roots. However, this method is time-consuming and highly risky, so it's rarely used anymore. As for those born with 3 or 4 spiritual roots, or even all 5 elements, who naturally break through to the void refining stage, they exist in our vast spirit world. But these individuals are incredibly diligent, far beyond ordinary cultivators. As for the so-called minor heavenly tribulations, every nascent soul and above cultivator in the spirit world must undergo them. The boy paused, then continued. In the lower realms, nascent soul and soul transformation cultivators face heavenly tribulations every 300 years, hence called minor heavenly tribulations. In the middle realms, void refining, body integration, and great ascension stage tribulations occur every 3,000 years and are called major heavenly tribulations. Finally, those at the peak, ascending to the true immortal world, face the celestial tribulation. Even the same type of tribulation varies greatly between stages and individuals. Generally speaking, even if your cultivation remains stagnant, each subsequent tribulation will be significantly more powerful than the last. Thus, while the spirit world is abundant with spiritual energy and cultivation speed far surpasses that of the mortal world, once you form a nascent soul, it becomes a struggle against the current. Countless well-known cultivators perish under various tribulations. Do not think that advancing to the void refining stage means you can rest easy. Theoretically, void refining stage cultivators have infinite lifespans if provided with sufficient spiritual energy. However, I've never heard of a void refining stage cultivator truly achieving eternal life. Unless they ascend to the immortal world, dying under the various major tribulations is only a matter of time. As he spoke, a deep fear appeared in the boy's eyes, and his expression grew grim. Han Li's expression also grew serious. Although the boy hadn't said much, his words revealed that the spirit world was not the paradise it seemed. However, hearing that void refining stage cultivators had infinite lifespans filled Han Li with great joy. Although he had occasionally read in some texts that void refining stage cultivators supposedly had endless lifespans, hearing it confirmed by the boy brought him real assurance. From the boy's tone, it seemed that such infinite lifespans could only be truly realized in the spirit world. Otherwise, even if one advanced to the void refining stage in the mortal world, the lack of sufficient spiritual energy would still limit their lifespan. Since nascent soul stage cultivators can initially communicate with the world's spiritual energy, their lifespans in the spirit world would surely exceed a mere 2,000 years. No wonder those old monsters in the soul transformation stage were desperately seeking ways to ascend to the spirit world. As for the heavenly tribulations the boy mentioned, Han Li remained wary but didn't dwell too much on them. These matters were still distant to him and not something he could worry about now. After casually asking some more questions about the pill roots and artifact roots, Han Li finally nodded and fell silent, but his eyes flickered, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. After a while, Han Li played with the small green bottle in his hand, lightly flicking the cap with his finger. As the green light flickered, the bottle turned over and the cap popped open. But for a moment, the inside was empty, with nothing coming out. Han Li was puzzled and was about to take further action when suddenly a green light shot out from the bottle, attempting to flee. Although Han Li was caught off guard, he would not let it escape. With a muffled snort, he grabbed at the air. A large blue hand materialized above the green light and grabbed it. The escaping green light, seemingly weakened, tried desperately to dodge but wasn't fast enough. The hand easily caught it. Amid the flashing green light, it was a nascent soul of a female cultivator with a blurry face. Hanley touched his chin, showing a hint of surprise. "Who are you? How did you get trapped in this bottle by Liu Dao?" Hanley stared at the female nascent soul, slowly asking. "And who are you? Where is that old demon Liu Dao?" The nascent soul, although tightly grasped, retorted without courtesy. "Liu Dao, if you want to see him, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I've already sent him on his way." Facing a mere nascent soul, Hanley smiled lightly, not bothering to hide anything, and answered directly. "What, you killed that old demon? How is that possible? Wait, you are..." The nascent soul trembled, her voice filled with disbelief. Chapter 12:15. Breaking the Formation. "You recognize me." Hanley was somewhat surprised. In the chaos star sea, although he knew a few female cultivators besides Ling Yuling, there seemed to be no other high-level female cultivators he knew. "You're Hanley, right? I saw you once in the virtual heaven palace. Later, I heard that you got that virtual heaven cauldron. I didn't expect that not only did you survive the pursuit of those old monsters, but your cultivation has also progressed so much," the female nascent soul said in an odd tone after a while. You are Madam Wen." Hearing her mention the virtual heaven palace and recognizing the familiar voice, a light bulb went off in Han Li's head, and he tentatively asked. "You remember me?" The female nascent soul sighed deeply. Hearing her confirmation, Han Li was full of surprise. This female nascent soul was indeed the madam when he had met in the virtual heaven palace. Although her cultivation was not low at that time, she had entered the palace only to collect some rare herbs and had left halfway through. But because she seemed to have a significant relationship with Liu Dao, he remembered her clearly. "If I remember correctly, Madam seems to be Liu Dao's dual cultivation partner," Hanley asked with suspicion. "Dual cultivation partner. Have you ever seen someone imprison their partner's nascent soul in a magic treasure? But Han Daeyu, are you sure Liu Dao is truly dead?" Madam Wen said with extreme resentment, still doubtful. Hearing Madam Wen's words, Han Li smiled slightly, said nothing, and pointed with his single hand at a certain place. Madam Wen's nascent soul hesitated, and then followed the direction of his finger. Only then did she notice that, not far away, a massive block of purple ice was floating in the air, and inside the ice was the frozen body of Liu Dao. Meanwhile, the large green hand that had been grasping her nascent soul flickered a few times, and then disappeared. Madam Wen's nascent soul temporarily regained her freedom. "It truly is that old thief. Good riddance. I didn't expect you to get ahead of me." As soon as her nascent soul regained mobility, she flew over quickly, circling the purple ice block several times before letting out a piercingly bitter laugh. Han Li frowned. Although he didn't know the specifics of what had happened between Liu Dao and Madame when, he wasn't particularly interested in hearing more. Immediately, he began thinking about how to handle her. Madame Wen's nascent soul stopped laughing, looked at Han Li, who appeared to be deep in thought, and directly said, "Han Daoyu, there's no need to trouble yourself. I've been imprisoned in a magic treasure for too long, and my nascent soul is already too weak to take over a new body. I must disperse my nascent soul immediately to have a chance at reincarnation. Han Daoyu, you've avenged my great enemy, and I am deeply grateful. But with your current abilities, I have nothing to repay you with. I can only hope to repay your great kindness in my next life." As soon as she finished speaking, she slapped her own forehead. A blinding red light burst out, covering her nascent soul from head to toe. Then, her nascent soul began to disintegrate inch by inch within the red light, eventually disappearing completely before Han Li's eyes. Han Li was stunned. He didn't expect Madame Wen to be so resolute, disintegrating herself without saying much more. She seemed unwilling to mention what had happened to her to lead to such a fate. Though he could guess there was probably a deeply painful story behind it, he didn't need to dwell on it. It saved him the trouble of figuring out how to deal with her. Shaking his head and sighing, Han Li raised his hand, and the small green bottle floated back into his hand, which he then stored in his storage pouch. Next, he shot a golden arc at the purple ice block, shattering it. Liu Dao's remains dissolved into glowing specks and vanished with the ice fragments. However, Han Li kept Liu Dao's storage pouch without hesitation. A quick scan with his divine sense revealed a few treasures inside, but none that impressed him much at his current level. What caught his interest were some demonic cultivation techniques, though he was disappointed not to find the 6 extreme true demon art he was most interested in. Having sorted everything, Han Li called the humanoid puppet to him and headed towards the bone banner in the distance, while another Han Li disappeared into the air. Near the bone banner, the 5 ghost heads had completely devoured the 3 skeleton heads and were now consuming the bone banner itself. When Han Li arrived, he saw this scene and shook his head without saying anything. Though the bone banner had some origins, its vicious aura made it unsuitable for him. So, even after noticing the actions of the 5 demons earlier, he hadn't stopped them. After a moment, the 5 demons finished devouring the bone banner, then let out eerie, joyful wails as their demonic aura grew stronger. Han Li watched quietly, expressionless. After the wailing subsided, he made a hand gesture towards the 5 demons. Although reluctant, the 5 demons, having suffered from several restrictive spells before, dared not resist and obediently hovered by Han Li. Without lingering, Han Li turned into a green light and flew towards Sky Star City, followed closely by the 5 demons. The battle with Liu Dao hadn't taken long, just about the time to finish a meal. If Sky Star City couldn't hold out for such a short period, Han Li would turn away without a second thought, deeming it unworthy of his effort. Fortunately, things were as he anticipated. When Han Li returned to the formation eye of the Wind-Fire Absolute Formation, the Star Palace and Anti-Star Alliance cultivators were fighting fiercely over dozens of miles, with the Anti-Star Alliance having a slight upper hand. The so-called Blue Double Devils were particularly fierce. The blue demonic aura and pink mists they produced forced the Star Alliance cultivators to retreat step by step. The elderly Zhao and the purple-robed man, clearly outmatched, could only provide minor hindrance. Lower-level cultivators caught in the blue aura or pink mist either screamed in pain as their skin peeled or fell like drunkards. Thus, the Blue Devils might seem unstoppable. In the chaos, Han Li's return went unnoticed. He first glanced at the enormous wind-fire column, then focused on the Blue Double Devils, a cold smile appearing on his face. Without hesitation, he pointed at the devils, and the 5 demons beside him roared before turning into 5 wisps of gray-white smoke and shooting towards them. Then, Han Li patted his spirit beast pouch, releasing a swarm of golden insects that hovered above his head. After casting a spell, the insect swarm buzzed and split into smaller clouds, dispersing across the battlefield. With the spells complete, Han Li's wind lightning wings fluttered, and he vanished into thin air. At the giant copper pillar, several core formation cultivators were stationed to prevent surprise attacks, given the intense battle. One scholar-like middle-aged cultivator turned to speak to a companion, but his face turned pale as he saw someone floating silently behind them, arms crossed, with a mocking smile. It was the same youth who had left with their leader earlier. How was he here alone? The core formation cultivators felt a chill down their spines. Before they could decide whether to flee or call for help, Han Li's expression darkened, and he flicked his fingers. Golden sword lights flashed, and before they could react, they were pierced and killed. Even those who tried to use treasures to defend had them shattered instantly. The sword lights from Han Li's azure bamboo cloud swarm sword were as sharp as top-tier magic treasures, enough to deter even nascent soul cultivators, let alone core formation ones. After easily dispatching them, Han Li showed no change in expression. He simply glanced at the towering pillar before summoning dozens of small golden swords from his sleeve. They grew to several feet long and combined into a giant golden sword above the copper pillar. Han Li channeled his mana wildly throughout his body, and with a low shout, the giant sword in his hand glowed brightly. It trembled and then transformed into a dragon-like golden arc, which spiraled in the air before slashing down fiercely. With a thunderous roar, the golden arc split the massive copper pillar down the middle. The mountain-sized blue-red pillar, as if made of mud, was cleaved in two by the golden light and collapsed with a deafening rumble. From a distance, it looked as if the heavens were collapsing. Some anti-star alliance cultivators still lingering on nearby spirit boats hurriedly took to the sky in panic. Such a massive disturbance caught the attention of both sides' cultivators, who couldn't help but look over in astonishment. Han Li, with his clothes fluttering, remained motionless in midair and was naturally noticed by all the cultivators at a glance. Upon seeing Han Li, everyone either turned pale with fear or let out a cry of joy, showing completely opposite reactions. Of course, not everyone had the leisure to look over immediately. For instance, the man and woman in a certain battle group Han Li was watching had no time to pay attention to any loud noise. They were trapped by 5 giant ghost heads and were continuously shouting in rage. Coincidentally, the blue demonic aura and pink mist released by the blue double devils were restrained by the gray-white demonic flames spewed by the 5 demons, leaving the 2 devils only able to defend themselves. Nearby, the elder surnamed Zhao and the purple-robed man were naturally overjoyed to see this. They hurriedly activated several treasures and joined the assault on the blue double devils. As for the dozen golden swarms Han Li had released, they were wreaking havoc. Under Han Li's guidance, the swarms targeted the Anti-Star Alliance cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Wherever the swarms went, a buzzing sound would echo, and the cultivators, regardless of their protective magical artifacts, would turn into ashes in the golden light. In just a moment, dozens of cultivators were devoured clean by the gold-devouring beetles. This caused great chaos among the nearby Anti-Star Alliance cultivators. The swarms were like venomous scorpions to them, and they retreated 3 feet in panic. Coupled with Han Li's destruction of the Windfire Absolute Formations core, the Anti-Star Alliance cultivators were shaken, and their morale plummeted to its lowest point. Immediately, some Anti-Star Alliance cultivators began to flee. Initially, it was just a few, then dozens, and soon hundreds of cultivators scattered in all directions. Without Han Li needing to intervene further, the Anti-Star Alliance's defeat was inevitable. Even the elder surnamed Long and the old woman, seeing the situation, swiftly escaped, transforming into 2 streaks of light and vanishing. The blue double devils, realizing the dire situation, suddenly summoned several powerful treasures and detonated them, temporarily forcing the 5 demons back and breaking out of the encirclement to flee in different directions. Seeing this, Han Li frowned. Then his wings fluttered, and he disappeared instantly. The next moment, just as the blue double devils escaped the 5 ghosts' encirclement, they heard a low, thunderous sound ahead. A green arc flashed, and Han Li appeared mysteriously, blocking the duo's path. Upon meeting Han Li's emotionless gaze, the 2 devils felt their hearts sink. But being long-standing, notorious demonic cultivators, they naturally wouldn't surrender easily. After exchanging a glance, they simultaneously raised their hands, releasing several differently colored treasures, and with a flash, they unleashed their demonic arts, fiercely attacking Han Li. A trace of killing intent emerged on Han Li's brow. A few days later, the entire Chaos Star Sea was in an uproar. The life-and-death battle between the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance not only occurred much earlier than expected, but also resulted in an astonishing victory that left most people flabbergasted. Not only did Wan Tianming of the Myriad Law's sect perish in the battle, but many high-level anti-Star Alliance cultivators also fell. Even the infamous Blue Double Devils, who had terrorized for centuries, were easily killed by the Star Palace. Han Li's name naturally spread across the Chaos Star Sea, becoming widely known. Even his feats of passing through the virtual Heaven Palace before forming his nascent soul and obtaining the virtual Heaven Cauldron, followed by being pursued by the Anti-Star Alliance, were dug up, astonishing countless ordinary cultivators in the Chaos Star Sea. Given Han Li's current fame, no nascent soul cultivator would dare risk their life to covet the cauldron. In the following months, the Star Palace dispatched teams to reclaim lost territories and hunt down the retreating high-level Anti-Star Alliance cultivators, eventually pushing their counterattack to the Anti-Star Alliance's headquarters. The other nascent soul elders of the Anti-Star Alliance, unwilling to fully abandon their paths, gritted their teeth and gathered forces, engaging in another battle with the Star Palace at their headquarters. This time, without a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to lead, the Anti-Star Alliance suffered an even more devastating defeat. Although they had 3 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators team up against Han Li, he effortlessly killed 2 of them. The last one, though managing to escape with a secret technique, was left with his body cleaved in 2. Even if he could successfully possess a new body later, his cultivation would likely never recover. Thus, in just half a year, the Star Palace regained dominance over the inner seas, with various forces once again submitting to the Star Palace. Taking advantage of the situation, Ling Yuling began recruiting the scattered low- and mid-level Anti-Star Alliance cultivators, while only a few high-level nascent soul elders were hunted down. As a result, the Anti-Star Alliance started to collapse from within. In no time, the once formidable alliance turned into a thing of the past. Half a year later, inside the sacred mountain of Sky Star City, a man and a woman walked along a long corridor. The corridor, made entirely of pristine jade, was as smooth as a mirror and spotless. The beautiful and charming woman and the ordinary-looking man were none other than Han Li and the current leader of the Star Palace, Ling Yuling. The magnetic mountain is placed in such a location. Is it really that terrifying to warrant such fear? Han Li, walking slightly behind, observed the jade walls around them and asked nonchalantly. Terrifying is an understatement. If a cultivator below the nascent soul stage approaches this mountain, their spiritual power will backlash, endangering their life. Only nascent soul cultivators can linger near the magnetic mountain for a short time, but even then, it's not advisable to stay too long, or their cultivation will suffer. Ling Yuling replied with a smile, nodding her head. With such a description, I'm even more curious about this magnetic mountain. I wonder how it was discovered in the first place, Han Li remarked, his eyes flickering with interest. I've heard my father mention it. He witnessed the mountain erupting from an undersea volcano during one of his adventures in the outer seas. Moving the mountain required tremendous effort, and even some core formation disciples had their cultivation severely reduced in the process. After my parents started cultivating the magnetic divine light, they treated the mountain as a treasure, slowly refining it. But the process took so long that they only managed to complete a small part before their passing. Ling Yuling explained carefully. If they had fully refined it, they probably wouldn't have been confined to one place by the mountain. Han Li chuckled softly. This time, Ling Yuling merely smiled without further comment. After turning a corner, she stopped. Ahead of the corridor stood a massive green jade door, covered with various colored restriction talismans, gleaming brightly. This is where my parents used to cultivate. They set up several special restrictions to isolate the magnetic mountain's 5-elemental force. As she spoke, Ling Yuling raised her arm, and a white jade token appeared in her hand. She gently waved it at the door. A white mist shot from the token, wrapping around the restriction talismans on the door. The previously silent jade door suddenly trembled, emitting a low humming sound, and began to shake. Ling Yuling's expression turned serious as she spat out a blue jade hook from her mouth. The hook, extraordinarily mystical, transformed into a blue rainbow that danced around, protecting Ling Yuling within. Then she turned to Han Li, her expression serious. Only treasures not containing the 5 elements are minimally affected by the magnetic mountain. Despite your vast abilities, Han Li, it's best to be cautious inside. Rest assured, I'll be careful, Han Li replied with a slight smile. Without any visible action, a golden light flashed, and a golden shield appeared around him. It was the Golden Bell Shield. Although not made of jade, it wasn't within the 5 elements. Seeing this, Ling Yuling was initially stunned, then smiled, raising her hand to send the jade token into the air. She chanted a few melodious incantations. The token trembled, and multicolored runes flew from its surface, merging into the green jade door. The humming door stopped abruptly, then slowly opened inward, revealing a space filled with a milky white light, hinting at a sizable interior. As the door opened, Hanley felt a chilling, eerie sensation wash over him. His pure wood elemental spiritual power surged wildly within him, almost rampaging through his meridians. Having anticipated this, he quickly circulated his green essence sword art several times, forcibly suppressing the rampant spiritual power, restoring calm within. Tan Li. His expression remained unchanged, but he was secretly alarmed. Even with the Golden Bell Shield, he nearly suffered a significant setback. He could imagine the dire consequences for ordinary cultivators approaching this mountain. With this thought, Han Li glanced at Ling Yuling beside him. Despite the jade hook's protection, she also experienced a tumultuous flow of qi and blood, her face flushed with a rosy tint. She looked exceedingly charming at that moment. Ignoring this, Han Li focused on the task at hand. Chapter 12:17. The Power of the Five Elements, Part 1. When Ling Yuling's expression returned to normal, she gracefully walked into the jade gate. Naturally, Han Li followed her at a leisurely pace. Behind the gate was a cavern of astonishing size, nearly 1,000 feet wide and over 100 feet high. The walls were made of an unknown green stone, embedded with moonlight stones that emitted a milky white glow. But none of this attracted Han Li's attention. His gaze was entirely fixed on a small mountain in the center. In reality, calling it a small mountain was more accurate than saying it was just a large boulder. This stone was 50 to 60 feet tall, tapering at the top and wider at the base, resembling a miniature mountain peak from a distance. The mountain was dark and unremarkable, hardly reminiscent of the legendary magnetic mountain, more akin to a massive iron rock. This is the magnetic mountain. Han Li stopped just inside the jade gate, squinting at the small mountain. Indeed, this mountain was originally gray-white, but after my parents refined a small part of it, it inexplicably turned into its current appearance. Ling Yuling responded, stopping a few steps ahead and standing still. Han Li carefully examined it for a while, before stepping past Ling Yuling and slowly approaching the mountain. Ling Yuling sensibly remained where she was. As he drew closer, Han Li felt the mountain's five-elemental force growing stronger, causing his spiritual power to stir restlessly again. However, Han Li was prepared for this. He circulated his cultivation technique several times, keeping the five-elemental force at bay. In no time, he reached the Black Mountain. With his hands behind his back, Han Li walked around the mountain, his eyes squinting slightly as blue light flickered within, seemingly trying to see through the mountain's entirety. The minking spiritual eyes, usually very effective, disappointed Han Li this time. Despite channeling all his mana into his eyes, he could only see a dark mass and could not penetrate the mountain's interior, let alone study its structure. As for using his divine sense, it was utterly ineffective. His divine sense was twisted and blocked by the five-elemental force before it even approached the mountain. Han Li's steps slowed as he pondered, then suddenly stepped forward and touched the Black Mountain. To his surprise, the spot he touched felt cool and smooth like jade, quite different from its outward appearance. Han Li showed a hint of surprise on his face. "What's the matter? Han brother doesn't think it's a fake, does he?" Ling Yuling asked with a smile from behind. Anything that can interfere with a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual power is a treasure, even if it's not the magnetic mountain. Why fake it?" Han Li replied, retracting his hand with a faint smile. "I'm relieved you think so, Han brother. If you plan to cultivate the magnetic divine light, how do you intend to handle this mountain? Unless a cultivator has trained in the magnetic divine light, moving this mountain alone is extremely slow. Even with your profound mana, you can't take it far. My father took over 10 years to move it back to Star Palace with the help of disciples. Han brother, why not stay in Star Palace for a few years, practice the first 2 layers of the technique, and then consider moving the mountain. Ling Yuling suggested, her eyes twinkling. According to you, without cultivating the magnetic divine light, it's impossible to move the mountain. Is it that troublesome? Hanli asked noncommittally. I can't say for sure. Your abilities surpass my father's, and maybe you have some secret method to collect the mountain. Otherwise, you'll have to think twice, Ling Yuling said with a sweet smile, not speaking definitively. Let's try first, Han Li mused, then formed a hand seal, sending a green spell towards the black mountain. The green light flashed and was about to merge into the mountain when it puffed and exploded an inch from the surface, turning into specks of green light that vanished. Han Li frowned and quickly formed more hand seals, shooting various colored spells one after another. But no matter the spell, they all met the same fate, exploding before touching the magnetic mountain. Han Li's face grew serious as he placed his hand on the mountain again. This time, he didn't retract his hand quickly. Instead, he chanted, and his hand glowed as he tried to force a spell into the mountain. However, as soon as the spell left his palm, he felt immense force counteracting it. His previously suppressed spiritual power surged wildly into the mountain. Han Li's face changed drastically. He shouted, his protective shield flaring golden, and struck his arm with his other hand. He staggered back, but managed to break free from the mountain's pull. Taking a deep breath, he looked slightly relieved. It was just him. Any other early to mid-nascent soul cultivator would have suffered significant mana loss. Are you all right, Han brother? Ling Yuling asked, concerned. I'm fine. This mountain is tricky. It seems ordinary methods won't work. I'll stay here for a while to see if I can find another way to collect the mountain. If not, I'll decide later, Han Li said, shaking his head. That's fine, but although your mana is deep, staying here too long without cultivating the magnetic divine light isn't advisable. I estimate 3 or 4 days at most before it starts affecting your mana. I'll check on you in 3 days, Ling Yuling advised. Han Li nodded, acknowledging her advice. Ling Yuling handed him the jade token, bowed, and left. After she disappeared, Han Li used the jade token to seal the gate. Once secure, he scanned the cavern with his divine sense, ensuring no hidden surveillance. Satisfied, he took out an array of flags and tossed them into the corners. Yellow mist emerged, enveloping the cavern. Finally at ease, Han Li turned his attention back to the mountain. He had seen mountain-shaped treasures before, even owning one called Thousand Heavy Mountain, which was quite powerful. But it was fundamentally different from this challenging, hedgehog-like mountain. That girl seems eager for you to cultivate the magnetic divine light. A boyish figure emerged from Han Li's sleeve, transforming into a familiar spirit. It was the human form of the Tianlin sacred beast. I sensed it too. This palace master Ling is very keen on me cultivating the magnetic divine light. If I recall, it's difficult to cultivate. Only the twin saints of Tianxing successfully practiced it after obtaining the magnetic mountain. To cultivate it now, I'd need this mountain's power. But then I'd be bound to it, unable to leave easily, Han Li said calmly. Oh, so she's trying to trap you, the boy's spirit speculated. Do you think I have a lot of free time? Even if I manage to cultivate the yuan magnetic divine light, and even if I manage to move the mountain with just a few layers of it, I can't store it in my storage bag, nor can it pass through a teleportation array. It's not like I can fly back to Tian Nan with the mountain. Han Li sighed and murmured. That's true. If that's the case, I don't have any good suggestions either. If we were in the spirit realm and I had my Kaiyan belt, I could store the mountain in it. But here, Tong Zai shook his head regretfully. Han Li didn't know what this Kaiyan belt was, but it was clearly a space-related treasure. Surprised, he realized that he couldn't rely on the Tian Lan beast. It seemed that this time, he would have to figure it out himself. Although he wanted to use the Yuan magnetic mountain to cultivate the Yuan magnetic divine light and break through to the nascent soul stage, he didn't want to be controlled by others. Even if he had to stay in one place to cultivate, it wouldn't be in Tianxing City. Similarly, he wasn't considering cultivating the Yuan magnetic divine light in Luo Yun sect. Given his reputation in Tiannan, word would eventually get out, and it could bring disaster to Luo Yun sect, just like it did to the Star Palace. He needed to find an extremely secluded place where no one would find him and fully cultivate the technique in one go, giving no one a chance to interfere. However, whether he would really cultivate this technique was still uncertain. He had to try to break through to the nascent soul stage using the cold flame of the 5 devils first. If he succeeded, he wouldn't rush to cultivate the divine light. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the technique was, he didn't want to be trapped by it. In any case, he needed to figure out a way to store the mountain. If he could solve this problem, he wouldn't have so many concerns. Thinking this, Han Li temporarily put everything else out of his mind. He patted his storage bag, and a dozen talismans appeared in his hand. With a wave, he shot them at the small mountain. This time, the talismans stuck to the mountain's surface without any issues. Seeing this, Han Li was delighted and quickly formed a spell with his hands, sending his divine sense into the talismans. With a series of explosive sounds, a dozen flashes of spiritual light burst on the mountain's surface, and the restrictive talismans turned to ash. Han Li's face darkened, but he sighed and flipped his hand, producing a stack of formation discs. He threw them into his mouth, and a series of colored light clusters began to circle the small mountain, while low incantations echoed through the cave. The light clusters spun faster and faster around the Yuan magnetic mountain. 3 days later, a green light quietly shot out from the top of the sacred mountain and disappeared into the sky. Soon after, the clear sound of a bell rang out 81 times from the top of the sacred mountain, echoing through every corner of Tianxing City. The Star Palace suddenly announced that Han Li, a great cultivator, had officially joined the Star Palace as a guest elder and would begin a 100-year seclusion on the sacred mountain. The various factions were unsurprised by this news. After all, if Han Li hadn't killed Wan Tianming, the Star Palace would have been destroyed. Any faction would have tried to recruit such a powerful figure in these unsettled times. To others, it seemed logical for Han Li, who had a close relationship with the Star Palace, to stay there. But with this news, any lingering ambitions others had were put to rest. Many sects announced their closure to outsiders, and a rare peace fell over the islands, except for the Star Palace's ongoing hunt for the remnants of the Reverse Star Alliance. Since the rise of the Reverse Star Alliance, chaos had plagued the Star Sea for centuries, affecting many sects. Now, with the Star Palace back in control and Han Li as their powerful guest elder, everyone became very cautious, not wanting to provoke the Star Palace. However, these factions didn't know that Han Li, the object of their fear, was not meditating in some secret room in Tian Xing City. He was actually thousands of miles away, flying over the sea. I didn't expect you to agree to become a guest elder of the Star Palace. Even though they offered millions of spirit stones, I thought you would refuse. You usually don't like trouble. Tong Zai's amused voice came to Han Li's ears. I do dislike trouble, but since they offered so many spirit stones, and it's just a title, why not? Besides, with the Star Sea now stable, the Star Palace only wants to use my name to deter others. If I really joined the Star Palace and stayed in Tian Xing City, those old guys would be restless, Han Li said with a cold smile. That's true. With your current cultivation, you could take over the Star Palace if you wanted. Just deal with the elders and cultivate your own followers, and in a couple of 100 years, the Star Palace would be yours. Tong Zai laughed, seeming familiar with such schemes. HMPH, if I didn't want to ascend to the spirit realm and just wanted to establish my own sect, that would be a good idea. But I have no interest in wasting my time on such fleeting things, Han Li said indifferently. Your dedication to the Tao is admirable. If it were me, I would have taken over the Star Palace. Are all lower realm ascenders as determined as you? Tong Zai sighed. I'm no saint. It's natural to be tempted by the Star Palace's power, but I won't waste my time on such illusions. You, as a heavenly beast, have a long lifespan, but I don't have that luxury, Han Li replied calmly. That makes sense, but it's a pity you couldn't take the Yuan magnetic mountain, Tong Zai said. No problem. I'll leave it at the Star Palace for now. It won't run away. When I need it, I'll come back for it. The only issue is that I didn't expect it to be so difficult to shrink, Han Li frowned. Indeed, during those days inside the mountain, you tried everything. It's almost indestructible and immune to all spells. Such an object doesn't seem like it belongs in the human realm, Tong Zai mused. But you mentioned that a powerful space treasure could contain it. Han Li suddenly asked. You're referring to the Kyan belt on my original body. Do you have such a treasure? But ordinary space artifacts won't work on the Yuan magnetic mountain, Tong Zai replied. I don't have a complete one, but I do have half of one. I only remembered it recently, and it might help, Han Li said after some thought. Half, Tong Zai was stunned. Han Li smiled slightly and patted his storage bag, and a black light flashed, revealing a strange object. It was the damaged Black Wind flag. This treasure was once a powerful space artifact, capable of containing the Yuan magnetic mountain. But now it was only half intact. No wonder Han Li called it half a treasure. Seeing it, Tong Zai made a sound of surprise. Then, a green light flew from Han Li's sleeve, transforming into Tong Zai's shadow, who beckoned to the flag. The half-black wind flag moved and shot towards the shadow, who caught it and examined it closely. This was once a spiritual treasure. Space treasures are rare even in the spirit realm. But how did it get so damaged? What a pity, Tong Zai said after a long examination, tossing it back to Han Li. Do you think it can be repaired? Han Li asked directly. If it were a spiritual treasure, it couldn't be fully repaired. But it could be reforged into a lower-tier space artifact. There's a treasure called the Red Soul Banner that is similar and could be made from this flag. However, Tong Zai hesitated. What is it? Han Li asked. Reforging it requires many auxiliary materials, which you can easily obtain. But the Red Soul Banner needs a large number of souls for the process. Its power depends on the number of souls. It's one of the 7 evil artifacts of the spirit realm, very bloodthirsty. To contain the Yuan magnetic mountain, you'd need millions of souls. Reforging it into another type of space artifact is possible, but the necessary materials aren't available in this realm. Only the Red Soul Banner shares enough similarities with the flag to be feasible. Otherwise, it couldn't be made here, Tong Zai explained seriously. Chapter 12:20. Attempting the Nascent Soul Stage, I. So many souls. Han Li's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. I'm actually talking about a minimal amount. To truly unleash the power of the Red Soul Banner, you would need tens of millions of souls. Since you only intend to use it for storage, you can reduce the number somewhat. Though the Red Soul Banner isn't on par with supreme spiritual treasures, it's not far behind. Its spatial abilities are particularly coveted by many cultivators, Tong Zai said with a faint smile. Tens of millions of souls. Unless I commit atrocities like wiping out entire cities or islands, it's impossible to gather that many. Maybe there is a way without such drastic measures. Han Li shook his head repeatedly, but then suddenly seemed to recall something, letting out a light "oh." Do you have another solution? Tong Zai was somewhat surprised. Han Li did not directly answer Tong Zai. Instead, he reached into his storage bag, and with a flash of green light, 2 small, pale green banners appeared in his hand. These banners were only a few inches in size, but they glowed with green light and were covered in runes, clearly extraordinary treasures. These were the Ghost Luo banners he had seized during his journey to the Great Jin, one of which was even personally owned by Old Devil Kyan. Another banner had been infused with demonic energy, transformed into a demonic banner, and was in the hands of his second nascent soul. What's this? Tong Zai's eyes flickered a few times but didn't recognize the banners. This was understandable. During the Kunwu mountain trip in the Great Jin, Tong Zai's avatar had not yet gained sentience and had not seen Han Li collect these treasures. However, the astonishing spiritual energy emanating from the ghost Luo banners was unmistakable to Tong Zai. Do you think it's possible to reforge the souls in these banners for use in the Red Soul banner? Han Li asked Tong Zai seriously. As long as they are refined souls, they can be used. But these banners seem to be extraordinary themselves, although not as powerful as the Red Soul banner. Using their souls for the Red Soul banner would destroy them. Also, the souls from these two banners alone aren't nearly enough for refining the Red Soul banner, Tong Zai reminded after carefully examining the ghost Luo banners. No matter. Though these banners are powerful, I already have spiritual treasures and no longer need these lower-tier items. As for the insufficient number of souls, if there are about 10 more banners like these, would that be enough for the Red Soul banner? Han Li stroked his chin, speaking meaningfully. 10 more? I understand now. These are part of a set. Do you have more of these banners? Tong Zai was initially stunned, then seemed to comprehend. I don't have the other banners now, but I know where they can be found. Also, I know of another similar treasure with far more refined souls than these ghost Luo banners. Unfortunately, it's in the hands of a spirit transformation stage demon, not someone I can provoke lightly. Han Li recalled another treasure and spoke regretfully. He was referring to the 10,000 demon banner held by the old demon Qi in the Myriad Demon Valley. He had personally suffered from this banner, which contained many more and much higher quality demon souls than the ghost Luo banners. If used for refining the Red Soul banner, it would be even more suitable. Tong Zai didn't know what other item Han Li was referring to and wasn't interested in asking. He simply said, "If you can gather enough refined souls, I can give you the method to refine the Red Soul banner for free." The Yuan magnetic divine light technique is quite interesting, and I'd like to see its power when you master it. Are you planning to work on this after returning to Tiannan? No rush. I need to reach the peak of the nascent soul late stage and fully refine the cold flame 5 devils first. Since the other ghost Luo banners are in the hands of some nascent soul-level demonic cultivators, I should advance my cultivation further before dealing with them. For now, I'll head back to Tiannan. Han Li shook his head. As you wish. When we return, I'll give you the method to refine the Red Soul banner. You can start collecting the other materials needed, saving time later, Tong Zai said nonchalantly, his form shimmering before dissipating. Han Li was delighted by this. With a flick of his sleeve, he enveloped himself in a green light, turning into a faint green shadow that sped across the sky, soon disappearing over the nearby sea. A few months later, Han Li used an ancient teleportation array to return to Tiannan. He collected the 6-winged frost centipedes guarding the array, destroyed the teleportation array again, and quietly left the underground cave. 2 months later, Han Li returned to the Yunmeng Mountains in Ziguo. He informed Elder Lu Luo of his return via a transmission talisman, but didn't meet her in person, heading directly back to Zai Mu Peak. At this time, Nangong Wan was still in seclusion. Han Li didn't disturb her cultivation. For cultivators like them, the brief time he had been away was merely a moment. The Tian Nan cultivation world was unaware that Han Li, the foremost cultivator in Tian Nan, had left the Loyun sect for a while. Upon receiving Han Li's return message, Lu Luo was greatly relieved. The Loyun sect relied heavily on Han Li's reputation. Without several more nascent soul-level cultivators, the sect's status as a super sect was precarious. After returning to his cave, Han Li sent a flying sword message to Liu Yu, detailing the auxiliary materials needed to refine the red soul banner and asking her to gather them while he was in seclusion. He then entered his secret chamber to continue cultivating the final layer of the Azure Origin sword art and refining the cold flame 5 devils. Time flew by, and 50 years passed in a flash. During this period, Han Li sensed Nangong Wan emerging from seclusion once. He paused his cultivation to meet with her, and they traveled together for half a year. During their travels, Han Li enjoyed Nangong Wan's tender affection. After satisfying their desire to explore, they returned to Zai Mu Peak and resumed their seclusion. This duality was a cultivator's bittersweet reality. They possessed great supernatural abilities and extended lifespans, but had to continually cultivate, chasing the faint hope of immortality. For those with immense willpower, cultivation wasn't painful. But for most, it was a dilemma. Relentless cultivation with uncertain prospects or abandoning it, despite the chance of longevity. This dichotomy led to a split among cultivators. Lower-level ones often sought pleasure or returned to secular life once they reached a certain proficiency, while higher-level ones devoted themselves entirely to cultivation, indifferent to other matters. Han Li and Nangong Wan were among the latter. Both at high stages of cultivation, they were close to the possibility of ascending to the spirit realm and true immortality. Despite their deep affection, they practiced self-restraint in their relationship. Their cultivation techniques didn't involve dual cultivation, and the gains from such practices were insignificant compared to their current powers. They feared indulgence could disrupt their mental state and cultivation base, so they pursued their relationship with moderation. Their mutual pursuit of the Tao created a deep, harmonious bond. After returning to seclusion, they didn't emerge easily. One day, a sudden thunderclap echoed above Zai Mu Peak. The spiritual energy within hundreds of miles surged, and numerous colorful spiritual light clusters emerged from the ground, stones, and trees, converging on Zai Mu Peak. These light clusters formed a large, radiant cloud above the mother peak, spinning continuously, precisely over Han Li's cave. This phenomenon startled Han Li's disciples on the sub-peak and Nangong Wan, who emerged from seclusion, all looking up in shock at the heavenly sign. Mu Peak was so close to the Loyan sect that the sect's upper echelon also sensed the phenomenon. Immediately, over a dozen dazzling streaks of light shot out from the sect's protective array, heading straight for Mu Peak. Leading the group were Lu Luo and the recently advanced nascent soul stage cultivator, a woman surnamed Song. Both had expressions of deep seriousness on their faces. A little behind them, in another streak of light, a woman in white robes showed a hint of joy on her face. This was naturally Liu Yu. Although her cultivation hadn't significantly advanced in recent years, her influence within the sect had grown considerably due to her association with Han Li, making her the most prominent figure below the nascent soul elders. Even Lu Luo and the woman surnamed Song treated her with exceptional courtesy. Liu Yu felt a surge of excitement. If Han Li's cultivation had indeed advanced once more, her status would undoubtedly rise again, bringing countless benefits. To be honest, after tasting the power she now held, it would be difficult for her to return to a life of quiet cultivation. The deference shown to her by fellow cultivators, even nascent soul elders, was something she had come to relish. Moreover, she was well aware of her own aptitude. After several failed attempts to reach the nascent soul stage, she had entirely abandoned the idea, focusing instead on assisting Lu Luo in managing all affairs of the Loyan sect. Even if she couldn't achieve the Great Tao, she did not plan to fade into obscurity. Thus, the rapid development of Loyan's sect was partly due to her meticulous efforts. This had led Lu Luo to be very satisfied with her performance, giving her more authority in everyday matters. When the group from Loyan's sect arrived outside Mu Peak, they were blocked by a layer of restriction. Seeing the spirit clouds in the sky beginning to rotate into a giant funnel and slowly descend towards the lower peak, they anxiously sent a transmission into the restriction. Moments later, the mist blocking them rolled back, opening a passageway. The group immediately transformed into streaks of light and entered. As soon as they emerged from the mist, they saw Mu paling. She stood there, holding a yellow flag, quietly awaiting their arrival. "Greetings, elders. Sister Nangong has been waiting for you nearby. Please follow me," Mu Paling said courteously, pointing to a distant sub-peak. Hearing this, Lu Luo and the others had no objections and followed her to the sub-peak. At the peak, Nangong Wan stood dressed in a pristine white palace dress, looking like a celestial being. However, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she only gave a slight nod upon seeing Lu Luo and the others, her eyes fixed on the shifting spirit cloud with a hint of worry. Next to her stood Tian Kinner and Shi Jian. Both had successfully formed their golden cores decades ago. Tian Kinner had taken a youth-retaining pill, keeping her appearance eternally youthful, like a 16 or 17-year-old maiden. After greeting the Song-surnamed woman and Lu Luo, the two stood respectfully behind Nangong Wan. Elder Nangong, is junior brother Han attempting to break through to the divine transformation stage? Lu Luo asked, his face showing a hint of excitement. Besides attempting to reach the divine transformation stage, what other bottleneck would cause such a commotion? However, the heavenly phenomenon has been going on for a while now, indicating it might not be going smoothly, Nangong Wan replied, a trace of concern in her eyes. Not going smoothly. Hasn't junior brother Han already triggered such an astonishing phenomenon? Lu Luo was taken aback. If the spirit cloud can be summoned to merge with him on the peak, the breakthrough would be mostly successful. But the cloud's descent is very forced, showing he still cannot control the elemental energy properly. This breakthrough is likely to be difficult, Nangong Wan explained, revealing her understanding of the divine transformation process. The others, hearing this, looked at the spirit cloud again. They saw it repeatedly trying to descend, but being repelled by an invisible force, unable to merge completely. Lu Luo's heart sank, and he could only watch intently, saying nothing. The song surnamed woman's eyes flickered, indicating her unease, though she remained silent. The other cultivators also kept quiet, not daring to speak in front of the nascent soul elders. At that moment, the spirit cloud trembled violently, emitting a strange hum. It then exploded with a deafening roar, the multicolored lights flashing briefly before disappearing without a trace. The spirit light clusters that had been flying towards the lower peak also vanished following a clear sigh from within the peak. Instantly, everything around Zai Mu Peak returned to normal. Nangong Wan showed a trace of regret. But then, the song surnamed woman spoke first. Han's senior brother was nearly at the divine transformation stage, falling short at the last moment. But it's okay. With his current lifespan and cultivation, he will surely succeed with more attempts. Yes, given junior brother Han's abilities, such an astonishing phenomenon during his first attempt indicates he will surely reach the divine transformation stage. Lu Luo agreed, though he too felt regret. That's true, but my husband is always extremely cautious. If he decided to attempt the breakthrough, it means he was fully prepared, having reached the limits of his cultivation. Without other opportunities, repeated attempts may still be futile, Nangong Wan said with a bitter smile. Lu Luo and the song surnamed woman knew this was true, but had only spoken to comfort her. They fell silent at her words. Liu Yu also felt deep regret, but was about to speak when Han Li's clear voice rang out from the lower peak, audible to everyone despite the distance, as if he were right beside them. Wanner, since Brother Lu and Sister Song are here, bring them to my cave. I have some things to discuss. Also, bring Liu Yu. Brother Lu, Sister Song, let's go, Nangong Wan said, regaining her composure and smiling. Lu Luo and the song surnamed woman exchanged glances and followed Nangong Wan, transforming into streaks of light and flying towards the lower peak. Tian Kinner and Shi Jian, not summoned by Han Li, looked disappointed but remained where they were with the other golden core cultivators, waiting obediently. Without Nangong Wan's or the other elders' permission, they dared not leave. After Lu Luo and the others disappeared into the peak, they began discussing quietly. Several cultivators who were friendly with Tian Kinner, and Shi Jian approached them enthusiastically. Though Tian Kinner and Shi Jian had formed their golden cores, Han Li's strict orders kept them mostly secluded at Zaimu Peak, making them more approachable. Nangong Wan and the others stayed in Han Li's cave for several hours without emerging. The cultivators on the sub-peak wondered what important matters the elders were discussing. 3 months later, a streak of blue light shot out from the Loyun mountain range, disappearing into the horizon. A few days later, news spread that Elder Han had left the sect on another journey. The purpose and duration of his journey remained unclear, and no one could provide specifics. This news surprised some, but did not shock anyone. Half a month earlier, news of Elder Han's failed attempt to reach the divine transformation stage had already spread throughout Tian Nan's sects. This had secretly relieved those who feared Han Li. Though he was already the top cultivator in Tian Nan, reaching the divine transformation stage would extend his lifespan to over 2,000 years, a daunting prospect for even the most ambitious sects. They were naturally reluctant to be overshadowed for so long. Since he failed to break through, his journey seemed logical. If seclusion didn't work, seeking opportunities outside was the next step, though the chances of success were slim. Otherwise, the 3 great cultivators of Tian Nan wouldn't have been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for centuries without reaching the divine transformation stage. The sect leaders didn't worry much about this. Besides Han Li, only 2 late nascent soul cultivators remained in Tian Nan. The great elder of the 9 Nations Alliance, Wei Wying, had passed away over a century ago. His sect had kept this a secret until recently, causing a major upheaval and reshuffling of power within the 9 Nations Alliance. Han Li had been reflective upon hearing this. Though Wei Wying had been close to the divine transformation stage, that final step eluded him, separating him from the great Tao forever. It was a lamentable and pitiful fate. But this only strengthened Han Li's resolve for immortality. To Han Li, without the art of longevity, all he had achieved would be fleeting. Even with his formidable powers, it would all amount to nothing in the end. He would never resign himself to such a fate. Chapter 12:22, The Hall of Heaven's Secrets. Han Li transformed into a dazzling streak of light, flying swiftly towards the Mulian plains. This time, his goal was to return to the Jin Kingdom and find a way to obtain the ghost banner from the Yin Luo sect. Although he had not successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage previously, his cultivation was now genuinely at the peak of the late nascent soul stage, which made him more confident in his upcoming mission. If he remembered correctly, after the fall of the old demon Kaiyan, the Yin Luo sect had only one late-stage nascent soul cultivator, its sect leader. As long as he didn't foolishly engage in a head-on confrontation, seizing the ghost banner shouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, this Yin Luo sect leader had personally led a team to the southern regions once, and seemed to have a deep enmity with him, particularly over a wife-killing vendetta. Taking advantage of this opportunity to eliminate this person would also be beneficial. Otherwise, the potential for future trouble was significant. He had previously thought about dealing with this enemy, but at that time, he hadn't advanced to the late stage and was barely able to protect himself, so he dared not take such risks lightly. Now that his abilities had greatly improved and he needed to seize the ghost banner, he certainly wouldn't let this person go. Otherwise, if he were absent from the falling cloud sect for some reason, and this senior cultivator, in a fit of madness before his lifespan ended, sought revenge by attacking the falling cloud sect, Nangong Wan and the others would be in grave danger. With such thoughts, Han Li's killing intent surged. Despite his disappointment at not succeeding in his breakthrough to the deity transformation stage, even with the assistance of the 5 demons of cold flame, he still had a backup plan with the magnetic divine light, which prevented him from being completely disheartened. His trip to the Jinn Kingdom had 2 additional purposes aside from obtaining the ghost banner. Otherwise, once he began cultivating the magnetic divine light, he would be essentially confined to a single place until he mastered it, unable to personally handle any matters. Naturally, he needed to take precautions while he was still free to move. One critical task was to find the solar true fire and use it with cold marrow to refine revitalization water. Having revitalization water would effectively extend his lifespan by a quarter. A treasure no cultivator, regardless of level, would pass up. For someone like Han Li, who was already at the pinnacle of the human realm, the temptation was unparalleled. He had learned the whereabouts of the solar true fire from the soul search of Hanli Shangren of the Xiaoji Palace. With this knowledge, he was ready to act. The other matter, less important in comparison, was to visit the Hall of Heaven's Secrets in Tianji Prefecture to obtain the secret technique for refining a mustard seed space. When he heard from the Tianji Hall's shopkeeper at the grand auction in Jin capital that they could refine spatial rifts into mustard seed spaces, he conceived the idea of turning the potential remnants of the spiritual essence garden in the falling Demon Valley into a private space. Like most nascent soul cultivators, he had hidden lairs apart from his public abode, usually to store valuable items as a safeguard. Han Li, always focused on his cultivation, hadn't considered this before. Now he saw it as an excellent place to cultivate the magnetic divine light. If he could turn it into his own mustard seed space connected only by a hidden teleportation array, not even a deity transformation stage enemy could break in. Even if the external teleportation array was destroyed in anger, he could still tear through space to escape, avoiding being trapped. However, obtaining the refining method from the Hall of Heaven's Secrets might be tricky. Even though it was likely considered of little interest to the major righteous and demonic sects, a powerful cultivator like him demanding something would be hard for any force to refuse. Nonetheless, he needed to be tactful about it. With a cold smile, Han Li's streak of light flashed and disappeared over the horizon. Half a year later, in a small town in the Yuzhou region of the Jin Kingdom, separated by millions of miles from the southern regions. It was drizzling. On a rain-washed, glistening bluestone street with few pedestrians, those present hurried under umbrellas, not lingering. A man in yellow robes, holding a white oil paper umbrella, leisurely walked down the street, as if taking a stroll in the countryside. His umbrella slightly tilted forward, obscuring most of his face, making it impossible to discern his features. However, from his fair and slender hand holding the umbrella, he appeared to be in his prime and not a commoner. Some passers-by curiously glanced at him, but he remained unperturbed, walking at a steady pace. When he reached an inconspicuous alley, he suddenly changed direction and stepped into it. Although the alley seemed deep, after a few dozen steps, it was clear it was a dead end, flanked by high walls with no doors, a place rarely visited. Yet the man acted as if he saw none of this, continuing forward. Just as he was about to hit the solid-looking stone wall, his body flickered with white light and mysteriously vanished into the wall, like a ghost. If a mortal saw this, they would undoubtedly scream about seeing a ghost in broad daylight. But a cultivator would merely scoff, recognizing it as a simple trick. If a cultivator followed and passed through the wall, navigating through several layers of intricate restrictions, they would be utterly astounded. Behind the restrictions was a towering jade gate, over 100 feet high, almost piercing the sky. Beyond it, steps of white jade floated in midair, leading to a green palace shrouded in white spiritual mist, rare spiritual birds leisurely circling above, and the ground adorned with exotic flowers and plants, making it look like a paradise. However, a spiritual scan would reveal that this seemingly vast space was actually a confined area, only about 10 miles across but several hundred feet high, impressive in its own way. Such a space allowed for the construction of this magnificent floating palace. At the entrance under the giant jade gate, 2 rows of golden-armored warriors stood, each over 6 feet tall, motionless, with expressionless faces. Among these warriors was a dark-faced man in armor, sitting lazily on a stone stool by a pillar, chatting with the man who had just entered, holding an umbrella. It's not possible, even if it's an urgent matter, you can't disturb the hall master meeting a guest. Otherwise, if the hall master blames me, I can't bear the consequences. How about staying here for half a day and chatting with me? I've been on duty here for months, with only these wooden puppets for company, and I'm bored to death, the armored man said with a grin. Though he was a late-stage core formation cultivator, he was just a gatekeeper here, a fact that would shock most. However, he casually revealed that the giant warriors were just lifelike puppets, indistinguishable without his explanation. The man who had entered had already put away his umbrella, revealing a stern face with delicate features. Kea Feng Wei, this is no joke. I have urgent business that must be reported to the hall master. Even if I can wait, the person involved might not. If a disaster befalls because of this delay, can you and I bear the consequences? The middle-aged man said with a stern expression, clearly irritated. "The person. Who are you talking about?" the dark-faced man asked, puzzled. "Simple, he's talking about me." A strange male voice suddenly sounded above them, clear and unmistakable. "Who is it?" The black-faced cultivator was taken aback by the voice and instinctively spat out a white light to protect himself. He then quickly performed a hand seal, causing the puppet warriors standing on either side to instantly light up and rise into the air. "Wait, Brother Cow, this is Senior Han. Do not act rashly." The pale-faced, middle-aged man, upon hearing the stranger's voice, turned even paler. Seeing the black-faced cultivator's actions, he urgently called out, his face filled with anxiety. "Senior Han." The black-faced cultivator was confused upon hearing this. However, seeing that even the middle-aged man, who was of similar cultivation to himself, was so cautious, it was clear that the person in question was no ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, with the two of them inside this restrictive mustard seed space, they would be capable of contending with an early nascent soul cultivator. Could the visitor be a mid-stage nascent soul elder? This wasn't something he and a few puppet warriors could handle. With this thought, the cultivator surnamed Cow signaled with his mind, causing the puppets that had risen to return to their original positions and remain motionless. Wise of you to see the situation clearly. In that case, I won't hold it against you. The man's voice came again, sounding as if he was snorting in disdain. A flash of blue light appeared above them, and a young man in a green robe, arms crossed, floated down, his gaze cold. The black-faced cultivator swept his divine sense over the man and shivered, his face showing disbelief and fear. The man did not hide his cultivation at all. He was a late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator. But when had such a powerful cultivator named Han appeared in the Great Jinn? He hadn't heard any rumors at all. Realizing that he had almost ordered his puppets to attack this person, the cultivator surnamed Cow broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly bowed deeply. "I did not know it was you, Senior. I apologize for any offense." The young man in the air ignored his apology, looking instead towards the distant sky palace with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Seeing this, the black-faced cultivator began to sweat profusely, but dared not rise, fearing that any slight would provoke the senior and bring about his own demise. Some nascent soul elders had notoriously strange tempers, and such things could indeed happen. He didn't want to die so inexplicably. Fortunately, the pale-faced, middle-aged man spoke up to ease the situation. "Senior Han, didn't you say you'd give me a few months to report this matter to the Pavilion Lord? Why have you followed me here?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and bowed to the young man in the air. "No reason. My time is limited, and I can't afford to wait around. It's better to speak directly with your Pavilion Lord. This should be the rumored Sky Mechanism Hall, right? I've heard that this hall exists within a mustard seed space and is a very rare floating space that changes its entrance every few years, making it impossible for ordinary people to find. Now that I've seen it, I must say I'm not disappointed. You may rise. Since you are the guard here, I won't hold what happened earlier against you. However, I want to meet your pavilion lord. Lead the way." The young man's final words were directed at the black-faced cultivator, his tone brooking no argument. Cao Weifeng's heart sank at the beginning, but then heaved a sigh of relief, hurriedly responding. "As you command, senior. However, the pavilion lord is currently meeting an important guest. Please allow me to report your arrival first, then I will take you to him." An important guest. The young man was slightly taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes, but he still nodded impassively. The black-faced cultivator was delighted, quickly taking out a transmission talisman from his storage pouch, muttering a few words to it before releasing it. The talisman turned into a streak of fire, flying towards the Sky Palace. He then smiled apologetically at the young man in the air and walked through the jade gate, ascending the floating jade steps. The pale-faced, middle-aged man quickly followed. The two walked on foot, not using their lightness techniques on the jade steps. Anti-flight restriction. The young man frowned at this but then smirked, a cold smile playing on his lips. He moved, surrounded by blue light, and floated forward effortlessly, seemingly unaffected. The two below could only smile bitterly at this sight. The surrounding restrictions were indeed powerful, making it impossible for cultivators below nascent soul to lift themselves more than 3 feet off the ground. But for a late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator, such restrictions were meaningless. They could only pretend not to notice and continued leading the way. The young man in the air also didn't want to offend the hall's owner too much, so he followed the two slowly without rushing ahead. This young man was naturally Han Li, who had come from the Great Jin. Although his cultivation had greatly improved, it still took him half a year to traverse the Mucklin grasslands and reach the Great Jin. Surprisingly, he encountered no trouble crossing the grasslands and passed through without incident. This was unexpected for Han Li, who had initially planned to teach the Chelan tribesmen a lesson. After all, he had been nearly killed by them before. But as he flew over the grasslands, he only saw a few low-level immortal masters, not a single Chelan cultivator above the core formation stage. This puzzled him. Later, he learned that over 100 years ago, the Heavenly Land Saintess and the great immortal masters had issued an order, summoning all high-level immortal masters to concentrate and cultivate in the various Heavenly Land temples, forbidding them from leaving without permission. It seemed they intended to forcibly elevate the Chelan cultivators' strength through this mandate. Upon learning this, Han Li felt some regret but decided against seeking trouble with the Chelan people. The Chelan tribe was powerful, and attacking the Heavenly Land Temple would not just be a matter of personal vendetta, but would have far-reaching consequences. This was different from his private grudge with the Star Palace elder he had killed in Tianxing City. He was still somewhat wary of the Chelan tribe's overall power. After considering carefully, Han Li gave up on his plan to seek revenge and left the grasslands, entering the Great Jin. Since the matter of the mustard seed space was the simplest and shortest among his tasks, he decided to address it first. He found a well-known market in a certain state within the Great Jin and approached one of the branches of the Sky Mechanism Pavilion. There, he expressed his desire to purchase the method to create a mustard seed space to the branch's white-faced manager. If an ordinary nascent soul cultivator had made such a request, the manager, who was at the late core formation stage, would have refused outright. But facing Han Li, who made no attempt to conceal his grand cultivation, the manager was naturally terrified and didn't dare refuse. He could only smile and explain repeatedly. He said that the method for creating a mustard seed space was something he couldn't decide or even know about. It required the pavilion lord's personal approval. Moreover, due to the gravity of the matter, he couldn't just send a message via transmission talisman, but had to report in person, asking Han Li to wait for 2 or 3 months. Han Li found this reasonable and agreed. However, he didn't really wait in place for such a long time, but used a secret technique to follow the manager to this location. As he knew, the Sky Mechanism Pavilion, although just a commercial organization, had covert ties with several sects among the 10 sects of righteous and demonic paths, and had a late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator as a guest elder. The exact identity of this elder was shrouded in mystery. To Han Li, this didn't matter. As long as the guest elder wasn't the Yin Luo sect's master, he didn't care if they were from the Sky Demon sect or the Teiyi sect. He had come with the intention to exert pressure, but was also prepared to offer ample spirit stones and rare materials. Thus, it was unlikely the Sky Mechanism Pavilion would be willing to offend a grand cultivator over a seemingly insignificant secret technique. As Han Li anticipated, before they reached halfway up the floating jade steps, welcoming bells began to ring from the Sky Palace. Immediately, the hall's entrance flashed with light, and over a dozen beams of light shot out, circling before revealing the figures of numerous cultivators who stood on either side of the entrance, unaffected by the anti-flight restriction. 2 figures walked out side by side from the center, looking down at Han Li and the others. Han Li frowned but quickly regained his composure, his body suddenly taking a few steps in the air, moving over 10 meters in an instant. Within a few strides, he appeared at the hall entrance, facing the 2 figures. The surrounding cultivators were naturally agitated, some even reaching for their storage pouches. "Do not be rude. All of you step back. This must be Taoist Han." The chubby old man on the left of the 2 in the center scolded the cultivators before smiling and addressing Han Li. "Are you the pavilion lord of the Sky Mechanism Pavilion?" Han Li asked calmly, scrutinizing the old man. Chapter 12:24, The Eminent Monk. "My name is Kanku, and I am indeed the one who oversees this pavilion. I had already learned of your intentions through shopkeeper Zhang's transmission talisman. However, This is not the place for such discussions. Would you care to join me inside the hall for a chat? The rotund old man clasped his large hands together, speaking with unusual politeness. Each of his 10 fingers bore a ring of completely different styles. Some shone brightly, dazzlingly so, while others were dim and unremarkable, yet altogether they made a curious sight. Naturally, I have no objections, but this master here, may I ask your name? Hanley glanced at the rings on the old man's hands before nodding. Then, his gaze shifted to the monk standing beside Kenku, asking without a trace of emotion. The monk wore a light yellow robe, and though he had the appearance of a boy of 16 or 17, the formidable spiritual pressure he exuded revealed him to be an old monster of the mid-nascent soul stage from the Buddhist sect. Just a humble monk, Yanzhu. The young monk smiled slightly and performed a Buddhist salutation with his hands clasped together. Yanzhu. Han Li murmured the name, but it sparked no recognition in his mind. This was not surprising. The high-ranking monks of the 4 major Buddhist sects were rarely known to ordinary cultivators, and Han Li, not being from the Great Jin, naturally had no reason to recognize a Buddhist elder. However, the rotund old man's eyes flashed with a strange light upon seeing Han Li's indifferent reaction, though he concealed it skillfully. Given Han Li's cautious nature, he did not miss this subtle detail and began to ponder inwardly. Could this monk be a renowned figure in the Buddhist sects? Otherwise, why would the pavilion lord of the Sky Mechanism Pavilion have such an expression? Yet the young monk remained unperturbed by Han Li's reaction, merely smiling silently, maintaining the demeanor of a serene monk. At this moment, the pale-faced, middle-aged man and the black-faced cultivator finally arrived at the hall's entrance, hastily paying their respects to the rotund old man. Kenku gave a few instructions and dismissed the black-faced cultivator, leaving only the pale-faced, middle-aged man. Under Kenku's courteous guidance, the group entered the Sky Mechanism Hall. Inside a clearly secondary hall, they took their seats in a host and guest arrangement. Naturally, the pale-faced, middle-aged man and the other core formation stage cultivators had to stand on either side. I heard that you, Taoist Han, intend to purchase the secret technique for creating mustard seed spaces from our pavilion. Is this true? Kenku was direct, immediately bringing up the topic. Yes, that is indeed my purpose, Han Li admitted frankly, without any pretense. Since you wish to acquire this technique, you must have discovered a spatial rift and want to create your own mustard seed space without letting a second person know its exact location, right? The rotund old man smiled lightly, showing no concern. The pavilion lord, possessing a mid-nascent soul cultivation and being the leader of a faction, showed respect towards Han Li but remained composed and unflustered. Taoist, you have accurately guessed my intention, Han Li replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ever since our pavilion created the mustard seed space, there have been others like you who sought this technique. They, too, wanted to transform their discovered spatial rifts into exclusive spaces without anyone else knowing. Among these seekers were also grand cultivators of the same stage as you, Kenku chuckled. Oh, and did you agree to their requests? Han Li was genuinely curious. No, we did not. Even though each of these cultivators promised not to disclose the technique to others, if we had truly given it out, our sky mechanism house and other creations would no longer be unique to our pavilion, the old man said straightforwardly. So you must have another way to resolve this issue, right? Otherwise, your pavilion wouldn't make such an unwise move, Han Li remarked meaningfully after a brief silence. Exactly. A mere sky mechanism pavilion would not dare offend so many fellow cultivators. Although we did not hand over the technique, we have a substitute that can satisfy their needs, Kenku replied with ease. A substitute. This time, Han Li was genuinely surprised. Yes, our pavilion had long ago developed a set of formation tools that can create a restriction, forming a temporary space similar to a mustard seed space. While not identical, it retains about 70 to 80% of its properties, Kenku explained confidently. Is that so? But since it relies on restrictions, such a space must have many flaws, Han Li frowned, shaking his head. Indeed, there are some flaws. But for someone of your caliber, they are insignificant, Kenku responded nonchalantly. Now that you mention it, I am quite interested. Could you elaborate? Han Li's expression finally showed some interest. It's quite simple. Our former pavilion master had several formation masters design a mustard seed formation based on the principles of mustard seed spaces, then nearly perfectly replicated it with formation tools. As long as the space isn't too large, these tools can be used. The flaws are merely twofold. First, the cost of spirit stones to maintain such a large space is substantial, roughly 10,000 spirit stones per year. If the space itself has a spiritual vein, the cost is reduced. Second, the space created by these tools lasts only 2,000 to 3,000 years before the formation loses efficacy and the space collapses. For cultivators like you, the cost is negligible, and the duration is more than sufficient unless you plan to use it as a family or sect heritage site. After all, even at the deity transformation stage, our lifespan is only about 2,000 years, Kenku explained with a hint of pride. Han Li stroked his chin, his face showing a contemplative expression. So, Taoist Han, are you interested in our pavilion's formation tools? If you are, we can offer you a set at a favorable price. The old man smiled slyly, confident that Han Li would agree. However, the next moment, Kenku's smile froze. I still prefer the technique for creating mustard seed spaces, Han Li said after a long silence, shaking his head. This unexpected response not only surprised the pale-faced middle-aged man and the young monk named Yan Zhu, but also left Kenku momentarily at a loss for words. If you insist on the technique, Taoist Han, you must have your reasons. But could you give me a convincing reason for your insistence? The old man sighed, his eyes flickering as he drummed his fingers rhythmically on the jade armrest. Han Li noticed the gesture but paid it no mind, responding calmly. It's simple. The space I discovered shows signs of instability. I don't believe that mere formation tools can prevent its collapse. I am determined to obtain the technique, Han Li said, his gaze unwavering. Hearing this, Kenku frowned, clearly not expecting Han Li's answer. For the first time, he showed hesitation. Obtaining the mustard seed space technique is possible, but you must first spar with me, came an aged voice from somewhere. Silver light flashed, and a beam of light shot into the hall, revealing an elderly monk in a silver robe. Seeing the monk, Kan Ku and Yan Zhu quickly stood up to greet him. The rotund old man could hardly conceal his joy. Master Yuan Zhai, you've arrived. Greetings, senior brother Yuan Zhai. They addressed him with such reverence. Han Li, however, remained seated, observing the monk with interest. The monk, though not as young as Yan Zhu, appeared to be in his 30s, with a refined demeanor. It was hard to reconcile his appearance with the aged voice. However, the name Yuan Zhai was familiar to Han Li. This monk was one of the 3 late nascent soul elders of the Layan sect, one of the 4 major Buddhist sects. Unlike other Buddhist cultivators, Yuan Zhai was well known in the Great Jin and held the rare position of Vajra protector. He was known for his disdain towards Taoist and Confucian sects. Beyond that, Han Li knew little. Master Yuan Zhai of the Layan sect, I did not expect you to be a guest elder of the Sky Mechanism Pavilion. I am honored, Han Li said with a faint smile, saluting from his seat. May I ask which sect Taoist Han belongs to? I don't recall ever hearing of you, the silver-robed monk asked bluntly, his eyes flashing. It's not surprising that you don't know me, Master Yuan Zhai. This is my first time meeting a high monk of the Layan sect, Han Li chuckled lazily. You may not recognize Taoist Han, senior brother, but you surely have heard of his reputation. Yan Zhu, who had remained silent, suddenly smiled, surprising everyone. Han Li's face changed slightly, turning to stare at Yan Zhu. Kan Ku was also taken aback, but quickly showed a thoughtful expression. Senior brother, have you forgotten the Kunwu Mountain demon calamity and the small extreme palace monster beast riot from over 200 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, you were personally involved in both of these major events and played a significant role, Yan Zhu said calmly. Kunwu Mountain, small extreme palace. Could this person be the one that Yin Luo sect and small extreme palace have been searching for all along? The silver-robed monk was taken aback upon hearing this, and his eyes sparkled as he re-examined Han Li. Even after all these years, someone still remembers my past. So, do a few of you want to capture me and hand me over to those 2 factions? Han Li remained extraordinarily calm, as if he had anticipated Yan Zhu's accusations. Ha, brother Han, don't joke. Although the Yin Luo sect and small extreme palace are quite powerful, what does that have to do with our Tianji pavilion? Why would our pavilion do such a thankless task? However, I have heard of Brother Han's great name for a long time. I heard that the dry old demon of the Yin Luo sect and the cold Li of the small, extreme palace both met their end at your hands. Is this true? The fat old man's smile became a bit strained after Han Li's calm acknowledgement. Matters from back then had other reasons. As for the dry old demon and cold Li, even if I said otherwise now, I doubt you would believe me, Han Li replied with a hint of cold amusement at the corner of his mouth. I heard that Brother Han was at the nascent soul mid-stage back then. If the rumors are true, being able to kill 2 great cultivators at such a stage, and now advancing to the late stage, your abilities must be even more extraordinary. I would love to have a discussion with you, the silver-robed monk said with a serious expression. Master Yuanji, there's no need for this. Since Brother Han truly wants to buy the method to refine the mustard seed space, our pavilion can negotiate. Kenku, the pavilion master, hurriedly interjected, trying to dissuade him. It's not necessary to persuade me, Kenku. Even if it weren't for the mustard seed space, I would still want to spar with Brother Han. After all, I have been stagnating at the nascent soul late stage for a long time and want to exchange insights with fellow cultivators of the same level. If Brother Han is indeed as powerful as rumored, I certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity, the silver-robed monk said, his gaze fixed on Han Li, revealing a hint of determination. Hearing this, Kenku's face fell, and he exchanged glances with Yan Zhu beside him. There's no need for Kenku to worry. If it's merely to exchange techniques, Master Yuanji and Brother Han won't be in any danger, and it's good to exchange insights. To be honest, I'm also very interested to see the techniques from the southern region, the young monk said with a smile. The fat old man was rendered speechless. You know my background, Han Li said with a frown upon hearing Yan Zhu mention the southern region. Brother Han, don't be surprised. Although your background is mysterious to ordinary cultivators, it's not difficult to trace for the top 10 righteous and demonic sects. Do you really think that the Yin Luo sect and small extreme palace couldn't find out about you? They simply pretend not to know because they fear your abilities. After all, besides losing a great cultivator, they also suffered many nascent soul elders' deaths. Now, they are too busy dealing with other forces to provoke you again. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had such a peaceful time in the southern region all these years, Yan Zhu said, as if he understood Han Li's thoughts. That may be true. I don't know about other sects, but the Yin Luo sect probably knows my background. However, if it's not about the mustard seed space, I'm not interested in sparring with cultivators of the same level unless Kenku promises that if I somehow win against Master Yuanji, Tianji Pavilion will trade the refining method, Han Li said, his expression softening. The silver-robed monk was taken aback and looked at the fat old man. The pavilion master, Kenku, hesitated for a moment but then made a decision. He smiled and said, since Brother Han is so confident, I won't hold back. If you truly prevail over Master Yuanji in the duel, there's no problem with trading the mustard seed space refining method. That's all I need to hear. Then I'll experience Master Yuanji's techniques. To be honest, I'm very curious about Buddhist techniques, so I hope Master won't disappoint me, Han Li said with a grin, standing up without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators were stirred, and some even showed undisguised excitement. Yan Zhu, the monk, remained silent with a mysterious smile, while the silver-robed monk's face showed a hint of malevolence after he had been challenged. Given the abilities of both parties, fighting within this Tianji hall would limit your techniques. How about fighting outside? The spatial restrictions here should be no problem for you, Kanku suggested after looking around. That's fine. I have no objections, the silver-robed monk agreed slowly. Then let's go with Kanku's suggestion, Han Li said nonchalantly. Immediately, they left the hall and returned to the entrance. The others stayed on the ground, while Han Li and the silver-robed monk took to the sky, Han Li soaring as a blue light, and the silver-robed monk rising gently on a white lotus. Moments later, the two stood in the sky above the Tianji Hall, facing each other from a distance of several tens of meters. The silver-robed monk gazed at Han Li for a while before chanting a Buddhist chant. A faint golden light appeared on his face. Seeing this, Han Li's previously relaxed expression tightened, and he asked, I've heard that Master Yuanji is a Vajra guardian of the Buddhist sect. Are you practicing the rumored Ming Wang Ju? Oh, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about our Buddhist techniques. I am indeed practicing this technique, so I hope Brother Han can provide some guidance, the silver-robed monk said with a hint of pride. With a wave of his hands, silver symbols floated from his robe. His skin turned a faint golden color, as if he had transformed into a golden-skinned arhat. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he was secretly alarmed. This transformation indicated that the Ming Wang Ju had reached the 4th level, suggesting that his body was as tough as an ordinary magical treasure. Normal flying swords might not be able to pierce it. However, if this was all the opponent had, it would not be enough to contend with Han Li. Without further ado, Han Li flicked his sleeves, and a clear ringing sound was heard. Dozens of golden flying swords emerged and began to circle in front of him. With a flick of his finger, the swords emitted a brilliant golden light, instantly multiplying into hundreds of identical sword lights. The golden sword chi nearly covered half the sky, resembling a dazzling golden wave with an astonishing momentum. The onlookers, including Kanku and other Foundation establishment cultivators, were shocked by the sight. There was no need for Han Li to use any more techniques. Just the sheer volume of sword lights was enough to overwhelm most nascent soul cultivators. The silver-robed monk remained unperturbed. He raised his hands, and red and green spiritual lights appeared, forming a red-hot staff and a string of emerald green Buddhist beads. At that moment, Han Li's sword lights surged forward, covering the area with golden brilliance. Come on, the silver-robed monk shouted, raising his staff, which transformed into a red dragon, directly meeting the attack. At the same time, the green Buddhist beads were thrown out, forming a green shield around him. The silver-robed monk's eyes lowered, as he continued to form hand seals, preparing to use an extremely profound technique. The red dragon clashed with the golden sword lights, and despite being struck by dozens of sword lights simultaneously, it held its ground, not being shattered. The red dragon clawed and lashed out, fiercely fighting against the golden wave. The thousand-year fire coral, Han Li muttered, his eyes flashing with surprise. Although his swords were extraordinarily sharp, there were still materials capable of resisting them. The thousand-year fire coral was one such material. It was rarer than metal essence, and the staff used by the silver-robed monk was clearly made from this material. Otherwise, it would not have withstood the sword lights. Han Li was surprised but immediately focused, as part of his sword lights continued to engage the red dragon, while the majority spiraled around and shot toward the monk, piercing through the sky. Chapter 12:26, Vajra. As countless golden beams of light shot towards him, the monk, with his hands forming seals, appeared unfazed, seemingly confident in the protective barrier formed by the Buddhist beads in front of him. Han Li snorted coldly in his heart. The golden light from the flying swords intensified, increasing their power by a third. The sounds rang out as the golden beams struck the barrier, creating a dull, muffled noise as if hitting dead wood. The green barrier shook but did not penetrate. Han Li's expression shifted slightly, and he made a hand seal. Instantly, the hundreds of sword lights around the silver-robed monk quivered, and then gathered into the sky. A radiant golden sun appeared in the air. When the light dimmed, a several zhanglong golden sword was revealed. At this moment, Han Li pointed gently at the opponent. A loud zzi sound erupted as the golden sword's surface dimmed, revealing a milky white cold gleam. A thick layer of ice soon formed, transforming the sword into a towering ice sword of several dozen zhang in size. The sword was translucent and enormous, making anyone who saw it gasp in awe. The silver-robed monk, previously forming hand seals below, looked up and his face changed drastically. Just then, Han Li extended a hand horizontally, waved into the empty space below, and coldly uttered the word slash. The ice sword wavered and then crashed down heavily. Before it could actually strike the green barrier, the surrounding space distorted with visible waves, and a mournful buzzing sound filled the air, as if an iceberg was pressing down. Although the silver-robed monk believed in the toughness of his green barrier, he dared not take this blow head-on. He chanted a Buddhist mantra, and the white lotus beneath him spun rapidly, making him and the lotus vanish into seven-colored Buddhist light. The giant sword, accompanied by a buzzing sound, struck the empty space. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared a few zhang away from the giant sword, and the lotus reappeared, with the monk strangely appearing on the white lotus. At the same time, he changed his hand seals, releasing a tremendous spiritual pressure. A towering phantom of 5 or 6 zhang appeared above him. The phantom was golden and fearsome, with wild hair, half-naked, resembling the Vajra image from Buddhist lore. At the moment the Vajra phantom appeared, the silver-robed monk let out a powerful shout and directed 2 punches towards the giant ice sword. With a resounding boom, the Vajra phantom mimicked the monk's movements and fiercely struck the side of the sword. 2 massive golden flashes exploded on the side of the ice sword, causing the giant sword to be deflected at an angle. It tumbled several times in midair before stabilizing. Han Li, upon closely examining the ice sword, was taken aback. The side of the giant sword struck by the golden phantom had its ice layer shattered, revealing the golden sword within. What kind of technique is this? It seems related to the Ming Wang Ju, but not quite the same. He was somewhat puzzled. However, after refining his flying sword last time, Han Li had added an astonishing amount of Xuan jade. Each sword had reached its maximum capacity, so the chilling power of the green bamboo bee cloud sword was certainly not limited to a single blow. Han Li's thoughts moved, and the seemingly damaged ice sword quickly healed itself as the white cold light flickered, returning to its original state. The ice sword then swung horizontally and attacked the silver-robed monk again. The power of the giant ice sword remained undiminished, as if the earlier damage had never occurred. This time, the silver-robed monk felt quite troubled. His face darkened, and instead of using a teleportation technique to dodge, he enlarged his body. His arms suddenly grew thicker, and he clapped his hands together to block the giant ice sword. Boom! The Vajra phantom also acted, accurately using its arms to block the sword in midair, preventing it from descending further. Given the relative size of the Vajra phantom compared to the ice sword, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly, and he was genuinely alarmed. The ice sword's immense power, combined with the extreme cold of the 10,000-year Xuan jade, should be enough to freeze any defensive treasures. Yet the Vajra phantom effortlessly blocked it with its hands, showing no sign of strain. Such a secret technique was indeed formidable. Han Li also noticed that the silver-robed monk seemed less at ease than the Vajra phantom. Although his arms remained motionless, his body slightly crouched, and the golden light on his face flickered, indicating some strain. Han Li frowned. The monk's secret technique seemed somewhat similar to the 6 Extremes true demon art, but was fundamentally different. While the 6 Extremes true demon art also manifests 6 demonic shadows, they are created with the power of ancient demons. In contrast, the monk's Vajra phantom seemed to be formed from his own spiritual power, complementing the Ming Wang Ju. Otherwise, if the monk had not cultivated the Ming Wang Ju to the 4th level, the giant sword's blow would have caused his body to collapse under the pressure. Han Li was greatly impressed. However, the green bamboo bee cloud sword had more power than just this. He changed his hand seal and activated another of the sword's abilities. Thunder roared as the ice sword emitted thick golden arcs, transforming into several golden lightning snakes that charged towards the phantom. The silver-robed monk was startled and did not expect Han Li's flying sword to have such a variety of abilities. He quickly took a deep breath and sprayed towards the front with all his might. Although nothing emerged from the monk's mouth, the Vajra phantom released streams of golden light from its mouth, dispersing the lightning snakes and preventing them from getting close. Almost simultaneously, the silver-robed monk let out another shout. The golden hands that held the ice sword applied pressure, causing a huge crack to form in the sword. Under the dazzling golden light, the crack quickly widened, and ice shards fell away. The monk seemed to intend to break the ice sword in half with the Vajra's immense strength. However, the high-ranking thunder sound sect cultivator had miscalculated. Han Li sneered and changed his hand seal. The ice sword trembled violently, and with a clear ringing sound, it transformed into golden threads that dispersed from the phantom's grasp. Despite the phantom's attempts to grab the threads, each one skillfully avoided capture, leaving the Vajra phantom empty-handed. Transforming the sword into threads, so Han Taoist is actually a sword cultivator proficient in sword techniques. The monk muttered in surprise. I don't claim to be a true sword cultivator at this level. However, Master Yuan Zhai's technique has certainly opened my eyes. May I ask where this divine ability originates? Han Li smiled calmly, recalling the flying swords and inquiring. Since this was not a life-or-death battle, there was no need for Han Li to pursue aggressively. The mere trickery of a minor skill, not worth mentioning. It is simply a minor divine ability that complements the Ming Wang Ju. The silver-robed monk chuckled, vaguely avoiding further details. Han Li smiled wryly upon hearing this. Buddhist divine abilities are indeed impressive. I suppose with ordinary methods, it would be hard for us to determine the outcome in a short time. I will now use a few powerful treasures, so Master Yuan Zhai should be careful, Han Li said, his expression returning to normal, speaking with deep meaning. With that, Han Li flicked his fingers, sending out 10 delicate red threads that vanished instantly. He then shook his sleeve, and a trio-colored flame emerged, transforming into a 3-colored feather fan in his hand. After a quick spin, he wielded it, directing a fiery phoenix several feet in size towards the monk. Han Li then spat out a white, glowing orb, which rapidly expanded into a sphere of about a foot in size. Purple flames erupted from the orb's surface. Han Li made no other moves, but lightly waved his sleeve towards the orb. A sea of purple flames appeared before him, rising into towering waves of fire, surging towards the monk with immense force. The silver-robed monk, seeing Han Li's fierce attack, turned serious. He quickly produced a dazzling silver vial. Before he could use it, however, 10 slender fire threads shot out from the Vajra phantom's front, striking the phantom. The fire threads made clanging sounds against the phantom, but could not penetrate it. The monk was unfazed, focusing on the approaching 3-colored fire phoenix. His eyes showed grave concern. Despite never having seen the three-flame fan before, the immense spiritual power from the fire phoenix made him treat it with utmost seriousness.